Hello and welcome to the July 10th, 2024 HDC meeting. I'm Candace Lighty, HDC staff. For any applicants in the room or online, if your case is not heard until later in the day, you do not need to attend the whole meeting. Staff sends out emails throughout the meeting letting you know what case we are on and what cases are coming up next. Also, due to quorum, we will not be hearing cases number 1, number 2, or number 10. Those cases will be heard at the beginning of the August agenda. Again, case number 1, case number 2, and case number 10 will not be heard today due to quorum. Also, we welcome our newest commissioner, Sean Sullivan, who is our at-large seat, who was just sworn in for today's meeting. Welcome, Sean. Thank you. Our workshop item today is the review for commission applications for the Dilworth and the 4th Ward seats. Mr. Paul Freeman is in the audience and his application is online. And for the 4th Ward seat, we have Cameron Holtz, who is out of town on summer vacation right now and was not able to join us this meeting. But Mr. Freeman is here if you would like to say hello, Mr. Freeman, and tell us about yourself. Hello. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about yourself? You can come up to
My name is Paul Freeman. I'm a self-employed landscape architect. I've been in Charlotte now for about 8 years from Charleston. I've lived and worked in Charleston in the historic district for 21 years. So I have some familiarity with that process. I'm now in Dilworth in the historic district again, undergoing a renovation of my own house. Recently just got done being the president of the Charlotte Garden Club. And prior to that, I served on the board in the Charleston Horticulture Society. Any questions? Is that enough?
No? Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. So the commission can either vote or we can wait until next month, August or September. The Commissioner Walker just rolled off the Dilworth seat last month. So perhaps we should wait a month or two for additional applicants if we have any.
That sounds good.
I wanted to just speak about Cameron Holtz. I know her and she has, it was it was included in the overview, but she just completed a book that she has researched extensively on the history of 4th Ward. And she's been on my radar for a while to come on to the commission. And I know she was working on her book, but she's lived in 4th Ward for quite a while. I don't know if it said on there how long, but she definitely is passionate about the historic districts. I think she'd be a great asset to the board, commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. Nicole Hewitt here, attorney for the board. Just wanted to give you a brief reminder. So the board's procedure as it pertains to this is you consider candidates to recommend for appointment to city council. Just clarifying that this board does not appoint the commissioners. What you would be voting on, whether you do it today or at a later time, would be just a recommendation for city council to consider and potentially appoint new commissioners to the board.
Does anybody feel confident about making a motion for any one of these applicants, or do we just want to wait and see if we get any more, just to give the community time to respond? How do you guys all feel? Do we have a? We poll everybody. How do y'all feel? We just want to go down the line. Commissioner Taylor.
I feel good about them. I feel good about them. I would be ready to make a motion or
Okay. How about you, Commissioner Bell?
Do we, just a question, is there a time that we usually, or that has in the past been waited when there's somebody rolling off and coming on?
I think as far as what the board is allowed to do, it is up to you whether you want to make a motion to recommend these candidates today or wait. But as far as whether or not you've waited in the past, I think that may be best addressed by staff.
In the past, we've waited at least 1 month to do a vote. I know this last time with Mr. Sullivan, I think we might have seen and voted in the same day, but we didn't, we waited. Okay, yeah, I think we typically review at the one meeting and then vote at the next meeting or the one after.
So then I would be to just do what we've done before, which is just wait a month.
I mean, I think having a landscape architect would be incredibly, helpful to have, just, we have realtors, we have architects, we have builders, just another thing that can help us sort of dissect some of these projects. So that's a very good thing. I'm very confident in our applicants here, but yeah, maybe just giving the community have a chance would be good. How about you, Commissioner Lamberger, Commissioner Sullivan? Whitlock?
I agree. I agree with everything you just said. I think it would be fine to wait 1 month and vote in September.
Both candidates seem strong and have good experience, and Commissioner Lineberger seems to know a lot about the Fourth Ward candidate. But if we typically give ourselves a month, then I'd be in favor of that.
How's the, and I apologize, the name's slipping me, the Fourth Ward candidate. Is she able to come in next meeting?
I'm not sure of that at this time. I know she was summer traveling right now, so she
Okay.
was not able to make this meeting.
Okay, yeah, I personally haven't met this candidate. I think it'd be good to have her come in as well and just speak to us. And then I think after that, I think we could all be confident behind making a recommendation. All right, there you have it.
Sounds good. Thank you. We will take a break until 1 p.m. when our regular agenda starts. Thank you.
Okay. All right. This is Commissioner Barth, acting chairperson. So I just want to inform the public and those here in the room to please have patience as we navigate this new situation we have here. But anyway, excited to do so. And with that, we'll proceed into our introductory discussion here. With that, the Charlotte Historic Districts Commission welcomes you to the July 10th meeting. I am Chris Barth, HDC Vice Chair, and I called the meeting to order at 1 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Shauna Bell, Krista Lineberger, Sean Sullivan, Brett Taylor, Scott Whitlock, and Scott Whitlock, who are present in the meeting room. Also present are HDC staff, Candace Leidy, Marilyn Drath, Jen Bear, Elizabeth Lammy, JT Fauchette, Nicole Hewitt, Assistant City Attorney, Jill Sanchez Myers, Senior Assistant City Attorney, and Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that the Commission has resumed in-person meetings. However, as continued health and safety precaution, the Commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC website. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. 1, please make sure you are on camera using a video source during testimony. 2, please mute your audio when you are not speaking. 3, use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. 4, make sure you're in a quiet area. 5, please turn off or silent electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you will be asked to leave the meeting. 6, please use the raise your hand tool. 7, please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of application and deliberation. 1, the application is presented by HDC staff. 2, the commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. 3, the applicant presents their testimony for the application. 4, other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC standards, design standards, excuse me. 5, the HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. 6, HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. 7, the HDC staff shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing be open for further questioning. 8, HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. And 9, a final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their name's address before speaking. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? All
Thank you,
right.
Commissioner Barth. Just to announce it again, due to quorum, we will not be hearing cases 1, 2, or 10 today. They will be at the beginning of the August meeting. Again, cases 1, 2, and 10 will not be heard today due to a quorum issue. Before we move into our regular agenda items, can we get a vote on the meeting minutes for?
Who read them?
Brett, I make a motion to approve the meeting minutes.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Taylor, seconded by Commissioner Bell. Any discussion on the motion? Any errors that anybody else noticed? Okay, with that, would like to take a vote. Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan, Commissioner Whitlock, sorry.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth. Motion passes 6-0.
Chairperson Barth, I believe you forgot to vote. You called on your name, but you didn't say yes.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
present. Thank you.
Okay, so we will be moving on to case number 3. 1913 Cleveland Avenue. This is a consent agenda item for a backflow preventer in the front yard of the property due to site limitations and routing restrictions by Charlotte Water. The unit will be screened by a 5-foot tall brick wall with a metal gate. And the applicant has provided a site plan description and exhibit of the fence. So as you may recall, this site got approved for new construction, which has not commenced yet. But the backflow preventer will be on the front right side of the structure if you're looking at it. You can see on page 16, this brick wall encasing the preventer. And we do have a supplement showing the gate and the fence wall. Staff is recommending approval due to its location and restrictions by Charlotte Water and site limitations.
Motion unless anybody has any questions.
Anybody?
I'll make a motion to approve this application based on the design standards, of the Secretary of Interior and standards, page 8.9.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Taylor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Lineberger seconds that. With that, we will have a vote. Let's see, Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth. Yes. Motion passes to approve with condition or with guidelines mentioned 6-0.
Thank you. Our Our next case is 420 West Park Avenue, case number 4. This is the replacement of siding on the first level of the building. The existing siding is non-original, non-historic masonite and fall grain wood siding. So we have some existing conditions on the first page, on page 7 and 8. You can see the deterioration of the siding. Nothing's changing on any of the other elevations. There is some original lap siding that was found in an outdoor closet. So the applicants are going to try to match this wood existing siding with the 10-inch reveal. It's before you because it's basically an entire 100% replacement of the first floor non-original siding. And then also the second floor repair of existing wood shake. This second floor would just be replacing areas that are deteriorated at this point. So not everything, but a lot of it. Staff is recommending approval with the original corner boards if they're wood, and the shake should be individually applied in a staggered pattern to match the original. And I believe we may have one unknown person online. If you are calling, I'm sorry.
Just as a quick reminder to the commission, this case is on the consent agenda. If the board members would like to hear from members of the community, in case there are individuals here to speak, you would just have to move the case off the consent agenda. So it's your choice whether or not the case would remain.
So if we have someone wishing to speak for this from the public, but we choose to approve this as a consent agenda, then we would not necessarily hear those people.
It would be up to you. If you believe you have enough information at this juncture, you can poll the rest of the commission to figure out if they would like to hear from members of the community. Generally, if there is somebody who would like to speak on behalf of the project, it's been your practice to move it off the consent agenda to hear what the applicant or a member of the public has to say about it.
Are we able to poll those that we have online to see if they're speaking for this?
Of course, just wanted to give you that reminder before Candace asks if whomever is online is here to speak on this project.
Sure, absolutely. Okay. All right. How do you guys feel about this one?
No one has any questions. I'm ready for it.
All right. Commissioner Whitlock, go right ahead.
Approve this application. Project is not with the district and meets standards of government. Wood 5.2. Would like to include the following conditions. If the corner boards are original wood, then they should be retained and reinstalled. The shake siding should be individually applied shakes, not panels of shakes.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Whitlock. Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Lineberger. Any modifications to the motion or amendments? All right, Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth, yes. Motion passes to approve with guidelines and stipulations 6-0.
Thank you. We will now be moving into our regular agenda items. with case number 5, 1411 and 1413 West 4th Street. And I believe our applicant is online. Angie, are you with us?
And good afternoon.
Hi.
How are
Um,
you?
Fine, thank you. How are you doing? Oh, there you are.
Can you see me?
We can see you now.
Okay.
Okay. Um,
Okay.
This is a proposed second level addition with dormers that extends above the ridge approximately 4 feet. Angie, have you been sworn in?
I have. I said I do.
I do, okay. And if you could say your name and your address for the court reporter and let me know what page you'd like to be on.
Okay. Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Charlotte, 28208. You could start with page 3, I think. Yeah. No, page 5. So before you have a 1938. It's an original duplex. They're kind of iconic in the district. It has a front entry to the left, and then it has a side porch entry to the unit on the right. It has gone through some changes over time. I am not sure when some of these changes were made. I did go back to all of the Polaris and GIS back to, I believe, 2007, and still have like similar windows, and the windows have been changed over time. There's side doors that have become windows, as you can see in the upper right-hand photo of slide 5, where a door, which was a side door, converted to a window. And so what we're requesting, now this is a unique site. It sits adjacent to a single family home to its left. To the right is the Arches, the historic church project that is completed, and all the units are for sale right now. So that project is complete. Slide number 6, if you can go to that, as far as context photos. And then I do want you to jump to some of the supplemental photos, which I believe are more current than when this application was submitted. So slide 6, oops. Yeah, there you go. So these are current photos taken, and you can actually see the Arches building in the far right corner of the upper left slide. You can see that the alley has been restored, and there's parking along the alley now. So there is a public alley that cuts through the property behind the Arches, behind 209, 205 Grandin, and cuts all the way to the side street. And so the house kind of sits, it's unique in its location, it's unique in its type. And again, to the left of, which is Paper North, to the left is a single family home, to the right is multifamily, across the street is multifamily. And so it kind of gives you a painted picture of what's around it. It also is a unique piece of property that it's kind of not a perfect rectangle like most of the sites. You can tell that it's been cut up over time. Not sure which came first, but there is a uniqueness to it. So what we want to do is gain a little bit more headroom and create a little bit larger duplex on the property, knowing that there's multifamily all around it, except for the 2 projects. Paper, I guess it would be to the east, southeast. Those are 2 single family homes that are in the district. Across the street, the townhomes are not in the district, but the church is. So if you can flip to, these are the agenda, correct, Candace?
Yes, I just flipped back to the agenda. That was the supplement prior.
Okay, perfect. It just gave you a broader stroke of the project. So our intent is to keep the front the same, step in from the left and right side gables, and then raise the roof approximately 4 feet to get valuable headroom in the upper level. So keeping the brick, not changing any of the brick, but extending the ridge height enough to get headroom upstairs. With that, we'd have to rearrange some of the interior space to accommodate this. And that's where one of the comments, I believe in the staff analysis, was window D, which is where the doors are, the side doors to these units. They were converted to windows at some point, and we want to extend the kitchen because right now that was a bedroom. So at some point somebody renovated inside and said, oh, we need a window in a bedroom, and added a window where the door was. I don't know when that happened. I just don't know. But what we want to do is keep the door opening where it is, change the window height so that it aligns more with the cabinets of the kitchen of what's happening inside. The materials for that first floor is still unpainted brick. So the intent is to raise the ridge approximately 4 feet. You're going to raise the chimney approximately the same height so that it meets the 3 foot above the ridge code. And then add fenestration. It's minimal. We don't want to add a whole lot. It's actually facing an alley. It's not a neighbor. There's a lot of open space, a lot of asphalt. And then, you know, just kind of minimize the impact of the addition. On the left side, you're up against a lot of vegetation, a lot of trees, which is in the photos that Candace just showed you left side. However, again, minimal interruption, trying to keep it as simple as possible with the expansion of the roof. We are doing one small change on the first floor. We are rotating the bathrooms on the main level, and we only need about 3 feet of an addition on the first level. And Candace, if you can look at slide 12, the proposed left elevation, you can see that small addition added to the back of the structure. And that is, if you look at slide 11, you can see the rear elevation. We're only doing it on the lower level. Now, the gable, there's one piece of trim missing on this, and I'm going to correct that now. Where the brick and the siding transition, there's actually a roof over that because it's stud over stud, not stud over brick. And for the fellow designers and architects and builders on the commission, you'll understand that there's going to be like a skirted roof above the back windows where the transition from brick to siding is. And that is a detail that I just missed. So Candace, if you can just zoom in on that and put your cursor above the windows on the first floor. I appreciate that. Yeah. So right above the windows, on the left and right, no, on the brick, where the brick and the siding transition, there's going to be a little bit of roof there. Reason is I'm not packing the wall to be face of brick, face of stud. It is stud over stud. And so there's a natural roof line there that that I missed. So just wanted to bring that to the commissioner's view. Slide number 12. Let's see. Slide number 12 is the other side. Slide 13, excuse me, slide 13. Let's just jump to that. So when you look at the streetscape, the only thing we don't have here is the arches, which is the church building. I know it is a different type of building, but it is still multifamily to a duplex to multifamily. And we felt like we could use the volume and the height of that to raise this just slightly to gain some valuable space up. There is no room to go out back. Candace, I am actually to ask you to go back to the site plan, please, if you can. I'm sorry for jumping. So slide 8, 7 or 8. So you can see that we only have a few feet to expand the house to the back. We can't go back any further. So it's not like, you know, it says in the standards, you know, go out back. We have nowhere to go. And so the only thing we want to change here is the bathrooms on the first level and then add up to this, but we're stepping the roof in as we go back. And you can see that in slide number 8. Slide 8, please. Yes. So you can see the roof steps in and back. It is not coplanar with the gables. We are stepping in the addition. So any side dormers that we're doing would be stud over stud, so they're naturally offset from the brick wall and not coplanar. Let me just make sure I've covered all my points. The windows, So we need to talk about windows because there's such a variety of style of windows. I know historically there are 6/6. The windows that are in there now, the back left corner window is a 6/6, but it's vinyl and it's a GBG window. And we wanted to change that so that it wasn't a GBG window grill. But we can discuss the windows, but we were not planning on replacing any of the windows, only the new windows. But if we want to do them as 6/6 or 1/1, we can have that discussion. We're open to that suggestion. So the windows would be a wood or a clad windows, manufactured to be determined. We don't know who that's going to be yet. There was a question or concern that the window in the gable left and right, as we're changing a vent to a window, was possibly too close to the trim. But if you look at the existing, it had a radius. And the only thing that we're bringing up is the soldier course above the window. And we can reduce that. Instead of being a soldier course, we can actually go to a row lock and keep that window at the same height so that it meets egress. And because the original vent had a row lock around the top, we can change that one window to a row lock header instead of a soldier course header. The window D, we talked about that, which is the kitchen window. I think there was concern about the light or the pattern in there, that's 6/6, but it's more rectangular versus horizontal versus vertical. Again, we can kind of look at that as option of a grill pattern. I'd like no grills, but we know that the historic is 6/6. And then we'll provide any window details to staff for any staff approval. And I think that's it. So anything that we could do that can get staff approval on this, or staff to work with us on any details, we would prefer. That's it.
Thank you, Angie. We
Yes.
have no unknown callers.
Okay. Thank you, Angie. Angie, wonderful to see you as always, and thank you for your thorough presentation. All right, commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
Yes, I got. Could you go over that gable window detail you were describing again?
Sure. So this is Scott, right? Scott?
Yes.
Okay. So if you look at the gable vent, and we can also look at photos, there's not a soldier course above the vent. It's actually like a row lock of brick. So if you can look at the existing side gable, slide 5. Yeah. If you can zoom in on that photo for a minute, you can see that the row lock around that arch is almost at the trim. And the windows, and if you can just pan right below that just a little bit, you can see that all the windows actually have a soldier course. So well, that's the front of the house, but the gable on the side is the same. If you want to look at the side gable.
So are you saying that with this row lock, you're going to have the same margins that are there currently with the existing?
Yeah, so if we do a soldier course, it's going to hit the trim, right? That trim board that's there. But if we do change it to a row lock, we can reduce that height so it won't be as pinched. But right now you can see you barely have about 4 inches there. But we were not changing the header of that of the vent. We were just going to go down. But on the side gable, which if there's a photo on the side, Candace, that you can go to, I think it might be in the supplemental pictures. For that one there. So you could see also on this, it's so close, but if we transition it to a soldier course, it'll hit the trim. versus lowering the window. So we can transition that. That's not a huge deal. I don't think it's going to be an obvious change. So that was it. That's what I meant by that.
So I think, and I'm just speculating that the staff notes were concerned with the margins between the brick detail and the wood trim. So it seems like, and I don't know how that Roloc would look in the rectangular. I guess I would like to see it rendered so we can understand more
Yeah.
about that.
Or
And then on
lower the window. I mean, we're talking about lowering the window 4 inches. Instead of a 6'8" header height, we can drop it to a 6'4", but it's really just 4 inches, Scott, in the detail.
Then on that rear elevation, that the offset, the I guess the pent eave roof that you're talking about, can you give us some idea on the dimensions that you're planning for that?
So it would be the same offset as you have now, except it's 4 inches more. So that roof that wraps around that skirt, Candace, if you can go to the rear elevation slide 10, 11, slide 11, please. Thank you. So it's whatever the delta is. I know we have a 1 foot overhang, so whatever the delta is that you just have that pent roof come around. It would be like 1.5 boards of what you see, because we're doing the siding. So it's just a 1.5 boards of that. So you're talking maybe a foot up on that roof.
Are you considering using the same shingles for that, or going with a metal roof?
Oh, no, it'll be the same asphalt shingles. So that roof just returns onto itself. And we just did this on another project with y'all that oh gosh, I have so many with you. I can't remember which one it was, but it was a detail that Chris had mentioned that if we did that, it would, be cohesive all the way around. We just can't transition. We're not packing the wall out to brick over brick or the siding over brick. It's set back. So it naturally has a roof that's going to cover that transition.
So I think I would like to see that detail drawn as well.
Okay.
I think that would be important.
Okay. I mean, is that something that, because it's on the back, could that be something that we work out with staff? Or is it something that, if you just remove one line, you could see it, but, or I can see it. But if it is something that we can work out with staff, being on the back of the house and being that it backs up to an alley, is there something that we could resolve, quite simply instead of having to send back? Because we still have to get permit ready plans anyway.
I think that's probably, Angie, something that we'll need to talk amongst ourselves in deliberation. Maybe.
Okay. All right. I understand.
Any other comments? Commissioner Whitlock?
No, not right now.
Okay. Commissioner Bell?
So it looks like you are raising the roof 4 feet. Is that correct?
Yeah, the rafters are extending up 4 feet.
Okay. And so I'm looking at 620 or number 5 about the original roof is visible from the public right of way should not be raised. And so I'm just trying to understand how to do it.
Sure. So it's not an uncommon design element. I know it's been approved in the Wilmore district as well, where you step the roof in and go up so that you can clearly delineate where the existing roof was and where the proposed roof extends up. And if you look at the front elevation, you can see that it steps in and delineates where the existing roof was. Now, we had this project's been in queue for quite a while. We had discussions early on as to what a comfortable height was. And in order to not change any pitches or extend too much, knowing that we have the arches church building next door, and you could use anything within a 360-degree view to accommodate height. Being that this is a two-family house, the house next door is a single family, the church is multifamily, there's other multifamily on the street. We felt that that 4 feet was a comfortable height and it steps in. So to go to the guidelines, it does allow you to do that without changing the front. So if you were to look at this, just the two comparison, existing front elevation and proposed, we're not changing pitch, we're extending the rafters. So this has been a means and methods of extending ridge height on multiple projects that have been approved by the commission. There's one in particular that I can think of in, it's in Wilmore. It's a pink house. It's on a corner. I don't know if Candace can give me the actual address of it. But it's, you know,
1761 Merriman.
that's it. Thank you.
I appreciate your reach here, Angie. You know, our comment about reviewing precedents within 360-degree typically are like for like. Obviously, you know, we wouldn't want you to do a 3-story house here. Not that you're proposing that, but you know, in my mind, I don't think that justifies, you know, going beyond what we would normally deem as acceptable for, you know, a variation in our guidelines or something that has been indoctrinated into our guidelines or allowed in the past. Candace, typically when we allow for these ridge height increases, it's to the tune of like 2 feet, correct?
I think, yes, well, more like 3. It's typically around 3 feet.
Okay. So here we are 4 feet. So I guess the challenge to you, Angie, is can that be minimized? I mean, so another, to Commissioner Bell's point too, you know, we're dealing with a front facing chimney that we're having to modify because of this change as well. So again, we're getting into masonry having to be reworked, roofs having to be reworked, all that sort of stuff.
Now, if we do convert this to gas, we don't have to raise it up. So that is an option. Right now, they're considered wood burning.
Oh, I was under the understanding any maybe a ventless gas, are you talking?
Yeah, you can do, I mean, there's no reason to do wood burning. I think they have gas in them now, so if they can be converted without extending the chimney, that is an option. And it's obviously an expense we don't have to go through too, so.
I'd be curious if it was, if, you know, my understanding of the code on fireplaces and chimneys was if it was a combustible, it still needed to comply with the 2 by 10-foot rule. But anyway, you may be teaching me something I didn't know. So
yeah, so if it's ventless or if it's gas, it does not have to meet because there's nothing combustible as a flame or an open embers.
Yeah. Okay.
So that is something to consider. If we can convert them to gas or even ventless gas, then we don't have to raise the chimney.
Okay. And what say you about the ridge height going from 4 feet? Can that be minimized, or does it just completely kill the upstairs?
So if you go to the side elevation, Chris, you'll see that the ceiling height is nil if we don't raise it up. And it's barely there. So the rear elevation, ceiling height, we've already clipped, you know, the way the pitch of the back gable is, clips the ceiling. So we could, it just really changes the side, and it brings I lose my shed pitch. Right now we're already pinched with the shed, as far as the minimal to get that 8-foot ceiling. And as you know, building code says no less than 50% of the square footage of habitable space can be at 7 feet. So we're tight in that. We might could come down 6 inches, but I think it'll change the pitch on the back. And Candace, if you can go to the rear elevation to slide 11. I believe we're already at a 312 pitch for the sheds. And they're already set lower. We might be able to, Chris, a little bit, but I think it's going to be tight.
Okay. Well, I don't want to get into design here. This may be something
Oh,
that
I know,
we'll ask
I
you
know.
to explore, as you know, in dealing with
Sure,
how we do things. So
sure.
thanks for the analysis there. Commissioner Bell, did you have any other questions?
Nope, that's it. Thanks.
Angie, if I can ask a few of myself.
Mhm.
So Candace, can you go to the side, one of the side elevations, left or right is fine. So we have this shed dormer here, Angie, and you've added sort of a gable dormer to the dormer to, I guess, add, break up the facade a little bit and the eave line. So the fascia seems to blend into the barge rafter of that gable. Would you be open to, if we go to the front elevation, you can see how it was done on the existing house where we transition from a fascia board to a barge rafter and trimmed gable.
Oh,
Could we
eave-
transition it in that manner instead? I think
Yeah,
that
you're
would,
talking about that, the bottom of the gable.
yeah, it has sort of like a detailed,
Sure.
not dog ear, but
Yes,
ends
yes,
of the rafters are
absolutely.
sort of detailed. I think I would like to see that at least on that little gable accent you put on the two side elevations, just so we have a delineation between the fascia board and the sloped part of that gable.
Good
That's a
catch.
minor point. My
Good.
main point here is, so obviously understanding what you're trying to do here, gain this homeowner some square footage. I'm a little concerned that we're going from a 1-story house to a 2-story house. And, there are some nice things done here with, keeping the existing roof line as you go back, sort of like a pent eave, and then the dormer up top. But I'm still concerned that this is just like the entire house length in 2 stories.
Mhm.
Perhaps you can kind of calm down my nerves here.
Sure. Can I get you to look at the floor plans? I know floor plans are not really part of your review, but it'll give you an understanding as to why we did what we did. And if you look at the proposed, second floor, what we're trying to gain in here, the first floor is pretty simple, right? We're changing some of the kitchen space, but when you get to the second floor, you'll see that where like roof lines are clipped, and just gaining 2 bedrooms. So it's not like we're asking for a lot, but could we bring it in a couple of feet? Yes, we lose a little bit of the loft space, not a big deal, but it is, trying to maximize the square footage without overkilling. But that front bedroom, as you can see, has a very, very sloped ceiling. So if you zoom in onto that, you'll see what the ceiling heights are in that space and how they're clipped. So while that room seems pretty large, that front wall is only at 5 feet. So that's shoulder height. And, as you know, in the real estate world, anything less than 5 feet doesn't count, but 5 feet is pretty cozy to put a headboard up against. So we extended it to the back so that what we lose in real footprint to the front, we gain in the back. So that was kind of the logic to that. So you can see where your 8-foot ceilings are, where they're sloped down, where they're clipped. So it's not like a full 2 stories. We have really, shallow ceilings in there. And that's only if we raise the ridge at that point. Otherwise, we barely have 2 feet in that space if we don't raise the ridge, and we have no ceiling height upstairs, if that's the case.
Okay.
So if that helps calm your nerves, but now, having said that, could we pull in the back bedroom and reduce the loft a couple of feet? Yes. It doesn't put stud over stud, you know, framing is a little bit more complicated, but it can be done. It's just an awkward end to that
Mhm.
transition. So,
Okay. And then let me jump back to the side elevations, one of the side
Sure.
elevations, Candace. And we touched on window D, how it was an opening that was turned into a window with a panel below, and we're trying to go back to this new window again with a panel below. What's that panel?
it would be a wood panel. I mean, the
Just-
door, you know, you're not trying to hide that it was a door. It was a door. Somebody transitioned it to a window unsuccessfully. And now just trying to panel it back. So flat panel, I wouldn't do anything more complicated than that. Just keep it simple.
Okay. All right.
And it's the same on both sides. So whoever renovated this before took out the doors and put in windows on both sides of the house. So because they turned them into bedrooms. And so they needed an egress window for a bedroom. And that's why they're different lengths, different heights.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Anybody else have any questions for Angie?
Do you guys have any comments on the window patterns? I know you're probably going to talk about it in deliberation, but you know, these are casements to look like egress. I mean, the casements that look like double hung on the second floor because we're minimizing the heights. But they were 6/6 at one point, taken out, vinyl replacement windows put in. So you have like a bunch of vinyl cladding on the jamb. We're not changing any windows, but they're all 1/1. And does this look more odd than just 1/1?
She
Knowing
had
that they're never going to change the windows back.
Just your question overall, I personally feel like the windows are pretty good proportionally, with the exception of window D is very horizontal.
Mhm.
And obviously this house has had a history of bad replacements of many different things, including windows. Now, while there may be some horizontal, the GBG windows that you were speaking of that may have some horizontality to it, I don't think I could get behind that window D being that way. So I don't know if you could lower that sill closer to the countertop in that kitchen or, whatever. Or go to a 4/4, or sorry, 8/8. But anyway,
Yeah. It's a minor detail, honestly. So the kitchen continues across, so wherever those windows, the doubles that are there, they do have a horizontal pattern, right? And they're there, so you could see them. But they're GBG, they're not SDLs. And so they still have a horizontal nature versus a vertical nature. If you zoom in on that, you could see that. And so this is just a little wider. They're not vertical. They're horizontal in nature. And they're there, and they've been there since 2007 from the GIS information that I could find. So.
Okay.
If that helps.
All right. Any final thoughts, Angie, that you have for us as we move into deliberation, or commissioners, any other comments?
No, the only thing I was asking is like, do you think we should go with the 6/6 or the 1/1 or whatever? So that it has a more comprehensive and finished look versus something that might look haphazard, in my opinion.
Staff can kind of answer that for you.
Sure.
The National Register for the Wesley Heights noted that the property originally had 6/6 windows. So while the bottom level doesn't at this time, we always try to work towards compliance.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, what we touch, we fix.
yes. As
Right,
for-
and I get that. I do. But when you look at this, you go, ooh, looks
Yeah.
like an addition. And that's what we know it's an addition, but it has this oddity to it. And so I just didn't know if there was, Candace, if you could explain, like, are there exceptions to that? Because this has been done for, since 2007, it's 14 years or 17 years. It's been like this. So do we help it or help it?
Typically, we try to move back towards what it was
Okay.
originally. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
I do have a question for the applicant, if it's okay with the commission.
Sure.
This arched vent right here that you're trying to make an egress square window, is there any chance that you could do an arched casement window that would still meet egress and keep that kind of form that's existing?
Not in the width, so that it would still have to change.
Mhm.
We can see, and this is just the cost thing. I know that we've priced arched windows for other projects and they've been like $4,000 or $5,000 for one window versus, $500 for one window. So I know that cost is not a factor for HDC, but if we could make it as small as possible. So we did this on 1926 Ewing, Candace, where we took a vent and made it as small as possible to almost fit within the vent size, but not arched. So we can go smaller. I believe it's egress window, JELD-WIN is 2.6 by 3.6. Egress hinge could possibly be done there. So we could make it as small as possible, but I think an arched in that size might be very, very complicated, very tight.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right. So we will now close for deliberation. Obviously, we have a pretty well organized list of questions and topics. Anybody care to take a crack at it or have a strong opinion? I guess we can start high level and hone in here. I personally, we've seen this a number of times where we have, just a little bit too much on a number of different areas. The ridge height, the massing of the second story addition towards the rear. How do you guys all feel about that? Anybody? Mueller?
I think in terms of the ridge height, if it sounds like 3 feet is what we typically, or what we have in the past approved, then I would ask the applicant to reevaluate 3 feet.
Okay. I agree. Commissioner Bell, do we has there been an instance, and I know every project is different too, so we have to keep that in mind. Has there been an instance where we have gone above 3 feet for a ridge height that you can think of?
Not that I can think of right now.
Okay. Well, maybe that's something that we can ask the applicant to explore then. There's more than one way to crack an egg or solve a riddle or whatever the old word is. So yeah, from as far as massing, I'm a little concerned about this shed dormer being the entire length, well, more or less, of the rear of the house. Essentially we have a 2-story house here now. And there's been some scale reducing techniques done here, which I appreciate. But this house is very visible now too, especially with the commercial project behind it. It's very open. There's no vegetation. Essentially it's on a corner lot. I know it isn't technically, but this side of this house is very visible and it's down both sides. So anything that can be done there, in my mind, would be worth pursuing. Anyone else have anything to say?
Chris,
about-
can I just ask, so it's the length of the shed that creates the massing that you don't,
Yes.
in your eye?
Yeah, essentially here, there's been a overbuilt gable that comes off the front gable roof. And then the shed dormer, and I believe they're all coplanar now. There's, Angeli has very tactfully and tastefully done, like I mentioned, some scale reducing things with the expressed gable coming down and meeting the old roof near the, halfway mark going back, as well as the shed dormer and the little accent gable. To me, it's 2 stories essentially of wall on this, not essentially the same plane, but pretty close to the same plane. So I would like to see personally, as one commissioner, something done to help break that up before. And Candace, what was the project? Also, one more that was a similar, what was the address of that one again? I think it was on Merriman.
1716 Merriman. I can pull it up if you like.
That would be great.
No, I can see that.
Trees in our way. Yeah, so for instance, this application, I mean, we're dealing with this simple dormer here. I know that this is one project. I know we've done these shed dormers that come off the front gables before, so I don't know. I think it's just worth looking in to see what's possible. Not to say that what Angie's presented here, I couldn't get behind. I would appreciate a little exploration myself.
Was that ridge raised also? It looks like it.
It was. I think this one was raised just below the 3 feet. This is before. Just a,
Yep.
and then after.
So a similar concept, but
Yeah.
I'm sure there are other examples too. This is just one. Okay. I mean, I had my notes too while I have it. Window D light proportions, that's easy stuff. I don't know how you all feel about the, maintaining the sort of bad renovation panel that was done to enclose that door opening before. To me, to staff's comments about let's put it back how it was, I don't know if there's a better method for that. To me, having the panel is sort of like an afterthought maneuver. I'd like to see something a little bit more permanent.
But salvaging the brick off of the back addition and putting it.
That's a great suggestion. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. And then similarly, I have issues with I too, like Commissioner, I believe it was Whitlock, who wanted to see how the transition would happen on the rear gable with the offset walls. I would like to see how that all works and how it essentially looks. I mean, I have an idea, but I think we just need to see it just because there's a lot of moving parts going on there. And then some trim stuff.
Stay cool.
That's all I had. Anybody?
The window,
Go ahead, Commissioner
I got the
Bell.
windows with the 6/1. I don't know if I was following that all the way, but was that the panel piece or was that?
Yeah,
just
on the
window?
sides, there was an a door on the original house on the side elevations that previously had been enclosed to turn into a bedroom, as Angie pointed out. And so those door openings were turned into, a window with a wood panel below to fill what was a door opening. And they're basically going back with the same thing.
Oh, I'm sorry, 6/6. So the windows though, like the ones at the
Oh, the light
bottom.
pattern.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Candace, would this be a perfect, typically we don't see horizontal paint unless it's from the 50s. Horizontal panes in these windows. And as you mentioned, it was 6/6. Usually they're vertically oriented. I mean, is this an instance where we could go to an 8/8 or could it be a casement window?
Yeah, as long as it's like proportional and the light pattern matches. Or
Okay, so I think this would be a prime example of where we would allow the applicant to go to an 8/8 or some other, not going to design it for them.
6/6 doesn't exist anymore.
It does. It's just in this configuration for this short of a window and for the height and width of this window, the light proportions are too
Oh,
horizontal.
okay.
Yeah. That's something that we typically would have them change. All right. Anybody else? Anybody feel good about a motion one way or the other? Okay.
window.
And have just the items we would like to study.
Here.
We have a list of items we would like for the applicant to take another look at. So pursuant to design standards, Secretary of State 2.5, and then design standards, new construction. And so I'm going to just list those. The windows on both sides where there were doors, we would like the applicant to consider an alternate application for that.
It's window D.
Window D, correct. The Pinty rear elevation that was described, we would like to see that detailed out. The dormer gable trim on the shed dormer, we would like that trim detail to be reworked to match the detail at the front elevation. The we would like the applicant to look at the massing of the shed dormer and also the roof extension height to try to minimize the height that the 4 feet. And we would, I believe, what we're wanting is something that would be less than 3 feet, and would like to have a consideration of the scale of the shed dormer.
Talk about length.
Anything else that I'm missing?
Window A in the gables that's
right.
replacing the arch top vent.
Yes, that's right. We would like to see that such that the margins are more in keeping with what is there, which I think it was discussed, the possibility of doing a radius window there or some type of rectangular window that would allow for the margins and for the details to match.
Okay.
Right? That's it.
Does that include your comments, Commissioner Barth, on,
Yeah, I think,
does it capture that detail?
yes, I think
That you're-
Commissioner Whitlock
Okay.
included that in his motion.
Okay.
And do we have some guidelines that we could include with Commissioner Whitlock's motion?
Yeah, 6.8 for massing. 6.20, number 5 for the ridge height. I think you said Secretary Interior, right? And new construction. I guess new construction is all of like 6 point.
I want to reference.
And then the rest of it was real builder speak, so I'm not really sure. I said the rest of it was real builder speak, so I'm not really sure.
I'll say, let's add cornices and trim 614 for the eve comments that Commissioner Whitlock made. Similarly, doors and windows 6.15 and 16. Roof forms, I want to add roof forms 6.13. Just to cover the Pentee situation in the back as well as some of the stuff that's going on with the dormers.
And then the sash piece, Candace, that's like staff can do that, the 8/8, or was that in here?
I think that's covered under
Okay.
windows, and I believe Commissioner Woodlock, that was part of your motion, correct? Window D.
Oh, that was under.
Window D,
Okay.
yes. Yes.
So they're gonna look at the computer. Okay. All right, we have a motion made by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by
I'll second.
Commissioner Sullivan, seconds. Any additional discussion on the motion? All right. Let us go to vote then. Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth. Yes, motion to continue with conditions passes 6-0.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Our next application is 927 East Boulevard, and I believe the applicants are in the room. This application is for a new front addition, side addition, and rear addition to an existing building. The additions change the height, length, and setbacks along East Boulevard and Dilworth Road West. The applicant has provided a material sheet on page 8. Let's get there. Oops. Existing conditions on 9 and 10. Context of the neighborhood, again on 10, I'm sorry. 11, 12, and 13 starts the design inspiration, and elevations can be found on page 20. Starting on page 20. If you could say your name and address for the court reporter and let me know what page you'd like to start on.
Sure. Eric Weiner, 2819 North Alexander Street, Charlotte, work for Intech Group. And then if we could start on, I think,
If I may interject here, I would like to take a brief pause and just poll the commission here. After reviewing this application ahead of the meeting, I have a slight concern that, we just may not have enough information. We want to be mindful of y'all's time as well as ours. I have a concern and we can look to the commission here and the other commissioners and see how they feel as well. But commissioners, do we feel that this applicant has enough, or this application has enough information, dimensions, notes, details for us to review this project at this time, or do we feel we need more?
I do not. After reviewing this, I went through and made had a bunch of questions, but at some point I was like, well, just not enough information here. Got too many questions. This is not enough detail. Particularly on the elevations.
Okay. Commissioner Bell, how do you feel about this?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like there was stuff that was missing.
Lineberger?
I have a question. If we do not hear it, does this begin it doesn't begin their 6-month? Right, we're saving them a month or potentially a few months and
That is correct.
Okay.
If the commission decides as this juncture, since the presentation of the application has not yet begun, so if you make a decision at this moment that the application is incomplete, I think it's 180 days does not start for the commission to make a final decision. If you do proceed to hear the presentation, then that by default means that you made a determination that the application is sufficiently complete for you to hear it, and then that begins the 180-day period for you to make a decision.
Are we able to say like what is incomplete so that does that start the 180 days if we're like, it's incomplete because?
I would suggest that if there is anything in the staff memo that would cover your concerns, making a mention to that for them to work with staff, as opposed to substantively going over what you believe may be missing, because that may be considered as a consideration of the application. So if you'd like to give the applicant some indication and the staff memo provides some of that, that would be my suggestion as to how the commission would move forward.
So another option would be we let them review the case to provide feedback if they're open to it. But, we're going to have, I mean, just in looking at this application, to be completely honest, to the applicant, there's going to be a lot to come back on. In us saying we're not going to review this now, that gives them the benefit of having more time and being able to go back and modify what they have, correct?
If I'm understanding your question, Chairperson Barth, you're saying that you can also just say, at this moment, we don't believe we have the sufficient information to review this application. We're going to move forward and recommend that they go back and review.
Yeah, essentially, could we ask the applicant if what they would choose to do? Give them the option, or would we just state from our position standing here before we hear the case what our recommendation is?
So let me take a step back. The determination on whether or not the application is complete is yours. You can't give the applicant that choice. Now, if you're talking about giving the applicant an opportunity to talk to you about what's missing, that kind of opens the consideration of the application.
Yeah, okay.
So just looking at, if you just based it on staff analysis, it's grossly inadequate. So you're
Okay.
like,
Well, at this point, Candace, is this then a motion? Is this us telling them we're not going to hear this application this month? The latter?
On the advice of your attorneys, you're probably going to need to make a motion to say
Oh.
that you're not going to hear this case.
Okay. In that case, would one of the commissioners like to make a motion?
And just very briefly, if the motion that the commission would craft would just include that you're not considering this application because it's incomplete, that would solidify on the record the reason you're not moving forward today.
And we can reference staff notes and tell them to work with staff. On
You can recommend they work with staff. Yeah.
what else is needed. Okay. All right. Do we have a commissioner who's willing to make that motion?
I'll make it.
Commissioner Bell?
So I recommend that we continue this case because the we do not hear this case because the application is incomplete, and recommend that the applicants work with staff and referencing their notes in order to submit a complete application and come back at a later date.
Motion made by Commissioner Bell,
Second.
second by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion of the motion? Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, excuse me.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth, motion to defer to another meeting passes 6-0. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next application will be 1921 Charlotte Drive. I believe that applicant might be in the room. Yep, okay. Have you been sworn in? Have not been sworn in, okay. This application, again, is 1921 Charlotte Drive. The application is for proposed new construction. This is a new application, and this is the first meeting for this application.
And did I hear you correct? They have not been sworn in.
They have not been sworn in.
All right, if you all would please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I did.
And if you would please state your name and read your address for the court reporter as you begin. Thank you.
Stephen Overcash, 2010 South Tryon Street in Charlotte.
And my name's Adam Williams. We got a hot mic.
For the court reporter.
Adam Williams, AdamWilliams, 526 Sedgewood Lake Drive in Charlotte.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Please let me know what page you'd like to start on. If you could reference what's online as well for the online.
Sure.
Thank you.
And I was just gonna give a preference. The reason I brought these books is months ago when we got kicked out, I was frustrated because I asked for comments when everybody could, say something, and there were very few comments, and then we got shut down. And there was stuff that we couldn't dispute, like we got turned down on materials, and I couldn't figure that out. Got turned down on lighting when we're just copying other lights in the neighborhood. So I brought a booklet. It was Christy idea. I was talking to her, and she said, well, some people actually just go page by page, and that way it'll make it easy. I really want to flip and somebody say, no, you don't meet materials. You're showing hardy plank and brick or whatever. So we'd understand, because I was so frustrated because I didn't know how nobody told me how we didn't meet lighting. It was just, you don't meet lighting. So I brought a book, and it's basically just like a pattern book. What's in the book, then there'll be a little diagram of what we've done, and we've just pretty much copied the pattern book. So with that, I'd like to get
If
started.
the applicant could wait for a minute, Chairperson Barth, if you could just have the applicant confirm that everything that's been presented in this booklet is the same material that is in their application, given that there is a deadline to submit materials. If there's anything new here, that would not be something that the commission could consider at this time. So.
Good. No, we had changed it since February the 7th. We submitted it.
So everything reflected here in the handout you just presented is in your presentation on the online version, correct?
Yeah, we presented this back February, and we haven't changed anything. We just stacked it up and waited for our turn to show up here.
So
Candace.
again, just to confirm, what is included here is the same thing that is presented online in the application materials that were submitted for this specific hearing.
To the best of my knowledge.
If there is anything that does not match the presentation, my recommendation to the commission would be not to consider it at this moment, given that there are strict deadlines for materials, but that would be something as you continue, as you look through, if you find something here that is not included in the presentation, that would be my recommendation.
My opinion, for what it's worth, would be that, I mean, in just glancing at the presentation documents and this, there's, things are out of order. There's a different sequence here. I would say it's probably to the benefit of the commission, to not consider this at this time.
That is up to the commissioners.
I would say it's something that the applicant can present in their testimony, right? But this material per se is something that we probably shouldn't consider. Does anybody else feel the same way?
Yeah, it would have been nice to have had this, to have a chance to look at it and
Review it.
understand it prior to this meeting.
Again, just as a reminder, to the extent that the material in here is the same as the material in there is complete, you can certainly use it to review the application. Is if there is something different here that is not included in the materials that were submitted either to the original agenda or the agenda supplement, that would be where my recommendation would be to set that aside. So the commission has the opportunity to either go through with the material and as you go looking, just make sure that it matches what's been presented, or you can only go by, or you can choose to go by what's included in the presentation. It's up to you.
Okay. Start.
I think we're waiting. for the
I mean,
commission.
I don't know that we have the time to go through and go page by page and see what's the same, that's.
Well, the applicant said to the best of their knowledge, which
I was not aware if this had not gotten submitted. I apologize. I thought.
I believe that some of it is. I think what the commission we have a lot of callers online. And so this, while it may present all of the information that you have presented in your packet, it's going to be better for all those online and everybody in the room if your presentation is done with the information that we can see on the screen, just given.
I think it is. It's like, I'm looking through here. So sorry, we're like workshopping here. We have a letter from ODA to the HDC. That's in the first part of the online presentation documents. We have snapshots of our guidelines with their proposed project, sort of like copy and pasted in. Yeah, I think it's all there. It's just in a different order and a different format, which I think is confusing. So I think the information is there. It's just in a different order. Would that be okay for our standards?
Yeah, that would be fine. Again, to the extent that everything is in there, even if it's organized differently in this packet, you can still use it. It's
Okay.
just if there's something in the packet, in the paper copy that was not submitted.
So let me just thumb through here. I think we have everything. It's just, organized differently. This is like in the Cliff Notes version.
And again, the applicant can start the presentation and reference, it might be best for the applicant to reference both what's on the presentation and then also direct you again here. That way, everybody's on the same page.
Okay.
And if as the presentation develops, you find that there's something that's being referenced in the booklet that is not in the presentation, then we can pause and talk about it.
All right. I think we're good.
Okay. Apologize for the confusion. I'd rather do that order anyway. This is kind of an addenda, just so if we don't meet a criteria, I don't have to go flipping through the book. It's right here and you can point out to me and say,
Yeah.
Here's how you.
I think the confusion, we're just not used to getting handouts
Okay, well,
in the middle of me.
I'm old fashioned. I like.
No, you're,
And I never know what you're looking at behind your screens. I can tell now if you're flipping a book, so.
read ahead.
So anyway, I'm not sure who all has been part of this. We've been in here several times. There was an old house that was turned, it was a group home that was turned, that Adam turned into a hotel years ago and wants to add to that. And it's always been a big debate if it's an addition or if it's new. That's always been a debate. And I think it came out that determined that it was an addition. There's some big trees on the site. The last time we had not had an arborist. Well, now we had Bartlett to go out, did an analysis, the reports in there. They recommend that they come down and they give their reasons. I did reach out several times to the urban forestry people downtown. One of them passed me off to somebody else. I kept getting passed around. Long story short, nobody called me back. I think it's because the whole conflict with who's in charge, and they know that HDC trumps them. So I think they just decided it wasn't worthwhile to call me back and talk about it. So since the last time we have listened to your comments, we have actually dropped one room. So we're now at 15 rooms. We did that so that we could address Kenilworth better. As I discussed last time, we've met with the planning staff and everybody. They have pretty much dictated what's going to happen along Kenilworth, which is 8 and 6. It matches the other side. So we've met with just about everybody we could. Is this the order, or do we, there's the site plan?
You can
Yeah.
tell me what page you'd like to go on.
If we go to the site plan, any of the site plans there, you can sort of.
Page
see-
14.
Yeah, where we are, we've done several things. We have a civil engineer involved. Last time there was some discussion that maybe I was fudging the renderings a little bit. So you can see the red numbers are elevations. So it's all very accurate. We've widened the spacing between the buildings somewhat. We're in keeping. There's photographs in there of other houses in the neighborhood that have similar spacings. And that's pretty much the difference. We do feel like we have a very strong orientation now to Kenilworth, which before it really wasn't as strong of an entrance as it is now. There's always a little bit of, we've read disgruntlement from some of the neighbors about having exterior walkways, which look like sometimes people's backyards, balconies where there's walkways and railings. So we feel like we're fairly in keeping with other people's backyards, except for you don't really see our backyard unless you're staying at the hotel and looking across the courtyard. Outside of that, let's go to the elevations and we'll talk a little bit about what we've done there to help create the scale. If you see in the top right corner, when we lose the 2 trees, we want to give back. So we are going to create a nice little landscape park right on the corner. I think that helps setting the building back. You'll see more of the old hotel. But I think it's a nice give back to the community when you pull in off of Kenilworth to have a little developed park with some benches out there and some nice landscaping. So that was another improvement. We don't really have a fence. We are screening our trash with something that looks like a fence that we just copied the detail right out of the historic guidelines for that. All right, elevations. Let's go to the, we can start with, let's go to the one along Kenilworth, which is the most, okay, so this is our new orientation. We've broken the scale down. We've looked around within 300 feet and further and really copied a lot of details. The windows are just duplicates of what we've seen close by. We have a strong entrance. You can see we've got gates there, which we like. and it might make it a little bit more private back there, so animals can't wander back in the courtyard from the street. But I think stepping it down, we are stepping it twice. So because what was happening is our foundation was getting, was too large. So I think our foundation, as illustrated in the booklet when we get there, is very similar to other foundations in nearby areas. Our lighting is very historic, very historic. And this sort of shows lightly the existing building. Materials, already plank, wood trim, brick, everything that the booklet says that we're entitled to use. Same thing with the shingles. We've broken up roof lines nicely to break the scale down and give it more scale. Next slide. And we're right in keeping. We finally got the last from the group that provides those, and we're, you know, within inches of everybody else up and down the street. So we're in keeping with the height. Next. It's just more of the height diagram from Zueli. And we've provided a few renderings. This first rendering on the right top, in the middle, well, the first one is the courtyard that really, unless you're staying at the hotel, you probably won't really notice. The one on the left is looking back toward the addition. One on the right is what you'll see coming in off of Kenilworth with the porch. The one on the bottom left is the Kenilworth that shows what the idea is to make it look like two big houses. We've split them apart. We've changed materials and colors, ended in the middle. We just really want anybody driving down Kenilworth that's not familiar will think it's two historic houses on the left as you're driving down Kenilworth. All right. Just those first renderings, while we have two batches, they showed, the first one showed that I think they had the trees in them, and just to show what you'd see through the trees, but the trees were covering everything up. So we took the trees and just kind of cleaned them up. So if you wanted to talk about details, this is just the required sections and all that we have through the building. Materials, very, very similar to the existing facility. You can see, some of our light fixtures. The windows are anatomically correct, and shutters work, and holdbacks and all that kind of good stuff. So here is where I guess the new stuff that we just kind of wanted to talk, so that now's the time, if somebody says, no, that doesn't meet spacing. Well, we've walked the neighborhood a million times, and there's, plenty of instances. A lot of times they were additions or whatever, but still there's plenty that are 8 or 10 feet between, and we're, I think, 13 feet 7. So I guess now's the time. I'd love to hear that. I don't know if anybody's going to speak up, but say, no, you don't meet that. So we can make notes and know why we don't meet it instead of just saying we don't meet. Does anybody here feel like we don't meet spacing? That diagram?
I think, this isn't a back and forth. I'd say go ahead and present all the material you have.
Okay, I
And
just
then
didn't want to get shut down before we had a chance to talk.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go through them all, and that's a good idea. Next one. We missed orientation. I think we've improved that tremendously with a strong orientation to Kenilworth, and that sort of illustrates what you're looking for, and I think we meet that. Next. Massing and complexity, we've broken that down nicely with different complex forms. Some forms we kept simple, other times we got a little more complex. There's a good variety within 300 feet. These houses are all close by, and I think we match pretty well those with details. Next. Height and width. breaking it down into what appears to be two residences, I think matches pretty closely to the proportions that the booklet is striving for in the historic district. Scale, same. I think we've got a lot of items and elements, techniques that break the scale down, lots of nice details and little porches and just breaking the big mass down with different roof forms helps a lot. And it's, like I said, literally, we just tried to mimic what we could see within 300 feet. Foundations, I think I understood why we failed on that one last time. We had taken it up too high. It was more of a base. And now by being able to lower the buildings, I think it is a true foundation. The brick starts at the floor line. Now you'll see very little along Ideal Way, but you'll see more of a foundation along Kenilworth. Doors and windows, I don't know what to say other than we're just copying. Good proportions, got some grills and some surrounds, and I think just great proportions. Materials, I didn't understand why we didn't pass this one last time, because we literally are using materials that the book says to use, and I don't think we're really deviating from those. And so that I'd love to know how we don't pass on that one. Trees, I can see this is a controversy, but all we can do is to go out to an arborist. The reports in there talking about what one of the trees was something that the city doesn't even want anymore. They wouldn't allow it today. The other one, there was some disease and problems, and
yeah, one of those is an ash tree, which carries an ash borer, and the city doesn't want those anywhere close to the canopy, from what Urban Forestry told me.
so we are proposing to lose 3, but we're putting back, I believe it was 11. We were supplementing with, I believe, 7 dogwoods, a bunch of crepe myrtles along Kenilworth that sort of match the other side of the street, and we're replacing the 3 trees with 3 willow oaks, and they can see in plan. We're continuing the street there. Where we're putting the willow oaks is along both streets where there was a hole and needed another willow oak. The beauty is that they'll still be healthy 40 years from now. Fences and walls, we don't really, I guess we do have a screen wall. That's the booklet. We're trying to screen where we keep our trash containers, and we're pretty much using very, very similar details to what the book says we should be doing. Lights, I didn't understand this one last time. I think what we've picked out is just about as historic as you can get. If it's not, then the rest of the neighborhood has got the wrong lights. Next.
That's the end of your presentation.
That's it.
Mhm.
Okay, so the idea was just to say, here's how you don't meet lighting. It's too big, it's too small, it's the wrong material. We want something more contemporary. I don't know how. So could we just kind of go through and say, here's how we don't meet? Yes, sir.
Could I speak for just 1 second? I just want to give, he's the materials guy, and you know, we obviously have tried to follow that as much as we could, and hopefully you guys agree. I do want to just talk about kind of the why behind this project. Hope Haven came to us and wanted to expand their operations and add more beds. So we were able to get this building with them. We've always seen it, and what we're trying to create is really interesting kind of corporate workforce housing. There's a massive shortage of it close to uptown. We've spent a lot of time with the Hospitality Association, with Atrium, with Navant, with people trying to trying to kind of give nurses and people like that a place to stay during the week. Our average length of stay is usually in that 4-day range, people coming in on a Monday, and being able to stay the week. So we feel like we've done a really good job. We worked very hard to make sure that this isn't some kind of like party palace that everybody gets worried about. There's acoustic sensors in every room and every common area. We've gone through a lot of lengths to make sure that this is, a pretty buttoned up place to stay and a safe place to stay for people that are visiting the hospital or work at the hospital. So just wanted to let everybody know, I was born at Presbyterian right down the street. I've been doing projects in and around Dilworth since my mom was a florist on East Boulevard in like 1991. I did Park Lanes right down the street. I did the Dilworth right up the street. I did the Avenues at Atherton right down the street. So I just wanted to let everybody know I live 2 miles from here. So I'm not some kind of out of town developer trying to come in and do something crazy. I literally am on site every other day. So just wanted to give you guys context of what we're trying to build here. Because I know that, when we first opened, there were a lot of questions around that. So my name's Adam. Nice to meet everybody. If anybody has any questions about what we're trying to do, I'm happy to answer it. And then obviously, Stephen here is the expert on materials, but just wanted to say that.
Good, thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
All right.
Commissioner Barth, we have a list of people online to speak for or against this project.
Should I do a blanket swearing in, or should we do it individually as they come up?
Probably just a blanket one. If you are online for this or any other upcoming project, please be sworn in now.
All right. Those who wish to speak here in the room or whether you're online, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I assume we have virtual yeses or I do's. And I would like to just remind those wanting to speak on this project that we need to, please keep your testimony geared towards this project and how it relates to our guidelines as the Historic District Commission. We don't get into zoning issues. We don't get into usage. We don't get into, how people use the property or litter or anything like that. So please keep them as it relates to our guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Russell.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
Russell, we can hear you. Can you please say your name and address for the record and commence with your comments?
Okay, my name is Russell Ruckterstall, and that's spelled Ruckterstuhl, and I live at 1227 East Worthington Avenue.
And Russell, you were just sworn in, correct?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. And if you have video, can you please turn it on? Thank you.
I think I can. Let me see video settings. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with this. I'm sorry, I'm not sure how to turn on the video.
Okay, continue with your comments. Thank you.
Wait, sorry. Yeah, so I'm a neighbor of this property, and I'm here to raise some issues against this project. So I don't feel the hotel fits both physically and aesthetically on this lot while meeting the historic district standard requirements. So the first item I'd like to discuss, it's on page 25 of their presentation. And as far as the design standards, it's 717, the additions section. And it's the visibility view 4, the visibility from Charlotte Drive. So the standard requires that additions be minimally visible from the street. So this addition used to be directly behind the existing building, and now it's been kicked out to the left. So it's more visible from Charlotte Drive. And also that makes the external kind of motel stairway that the addition has a lot more visible from Charlotte Drive. And staircases like this, I haven't been able to find anywhere else in Dilworth. And I would think would be in conflict with the requirements for context for this building, since it is visible from Charlotte Drive. Staying in this, actually, if we can go to page 16. I wanted to talk a little bit about, and the lower part, that green section to the left on the lower elevation, that is that same section that's visible from Charlotte Drive. And there, it seems to be very monolithic without anything breaking it up. And then if you go to slide 17, that corner is also visible, the lower part. It has the two windows and pretty large vacant areas on either side, which seem to increase the scale of that section that's visible from Charlotte Drive. So there were those issues. In addition, talking about scale on slide 17, we talked a little bit about the foundation requirements from 711. And I did want to point out that is still, the floor level is still 5 feet above the sidewalk on Kenilworth. I believe there's a dimension there. So it may be lower than it could have been, but it's still pretty significant. Pretty imposing from the sidewalk, that high foundation. Let's see if we can go back to the site plan, page 14. I wanted to talk about 8.3, the parking. So the standard lists that parking should be at the rear of the building or have a minimum impact on the historic character of the area. And one of the do's or don'ts listed is to not add parking in the front setback. This proposed project has existing parking in the side, but it expands on that nonconformity by expanding the parking and again, getting next to the addition building from Kenilworth. This parking is highly visible from Charlotte Drive, and very little is being done to screen it as part of this project. Let me see, I guess this view is also good for 1.3 pedestrian orientation, and 7.6 orientation is maintaining pedestrian orientation as a part of the mission statement of the design standards. And this project is located in the pedestrian overlay district. It's not clear from the plans whether the Charlotte Drive pedestrian entrance is being reopened. It was closed when the existing building was made into a hotel. And it does open it into an isolated guest room, which I'm not sure satisfies the intent of being pedestrian oriented. Let me see, and I guess the same plan, as far as lighting, there's no parking lot lighting indicated. Right now, there's an existing single pole mounted sodium fixture there that I would think should be improved as part of this project with the dark sky compliant lights. I also want to point out the existing building is very poorly lit, so it's a very dark building at night for the neighbors to walk by. And then my final comment is on the plan drawing, there's a number of errors related to items that aren't within the historic district purview. So I'll send a list. And I just would recommend that those errors are addressed before the next, before the project is put in front of the historic district again. But thank you for your time. That's the issues that I wanted to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. For the commission and everybody listening, this project is considered new infill, and we will be using the new construction for non-residential standards, just for the commission and everybody listening. Our next caller is Tiffany George Keat. Tiffany, are you with us?
I am.
Please state, you've been sworn in, correct?
I have.
Okay. And do you have a video? Thank you.
Yeah.
And could you state your name and address for the court reporter, please?
Tiffany George Keaton. I'm at 1238 East Worthington Avenue. I'm a direct line of sight neighbor to the project. Okay. So are we ready? Do I need to say something else?
No, you can go on with your comments.
I wanted to talk also about the mission statement. I agree with Russell in that the pedestrian orientation with this building wasn't great to begin with. This just makes it worse. I also want to point out that it does nothing to maintain the green space that you guys have on your mission statement as number 2. And I feel like if they're on your mission statement, they're probably pretty important to you guys. So I would consider the fact that between the parking lot, the addition, and the original building, there's almost no green space left, and the permeability of the site, which is on a low spot, is bad. Will be further exacerbated if you take those trees down, cause more flooding. And I know for whatever reason they don't have to adhere to the same permeability standards that residents do, which is sort of maddening to me, but it is already a low spot, and this, I think, does need to be considered. I also think that this is on a super visible corner. The way it's set up, you can see it from every direction, especially if this addition is accepted, because Kenilworth, which is at least now a green screen, will be nothing but a massive building. And I wanted to point out that I thought that the addition visibly overpowers the original structure, which is not supposed to happen according to the guidelines on 717. And also, as Russell mentioned, the addition is supposed to be on the back. And I would argue that would be next to impossible with this addition, because there is no back if they are orientating to Kenilworth Road, which brings me back to the orientation. I thought this particular project was supposed to maintain its orientation to Charlotte Drive, which is the original area. So not only does there's no longer any contact with Charlotte Drive. I sent a letter and some pictures to Christina, and she did confirm that the way they have ripped out the walkway and planted trees in front of where the walkway used to connect to the pedestrian sidewalk was not approved by the commission. So that was done after the fact with no permission. I think that this building as an addition is supposed to both honor the old building and the neighborhood. I would argue it's next to impossible to do that with a building that is so out of context to begin with. So not only do you not really want to reference it, although by historic district standards you're supposed to, you just make it look more crazy out of place by doubling the size of the building. And again, I think that the building is visually overpowered. The original building is visibly overpowered. And I would like to say that all of us who bought a property in the historic district, we sort of do that so that we don't find ourselves in the shadow of some big, ugly commercial building. And, we all saw that original building, but it was, I think no one could imagine that building that was already out of context and already too big is now going to be double the size, and it's going to look even worse with a slapped up two large houses behind it. I also want to point out that there is no effort made by the owners of this building to maintain the landscaping. I did a walk around this morning, and there are 5 dead trees, 2 nearly dead trees, and multiple distressed trees. So the idea that if they take out these trees, and we expect that they will continue to keep and water and maintain the new ones, both for screening purposes and tree canopy purposes. I mean, we have a 2-year history of them allowing trees to die. There were arborvitae all along the back of the parking lot that disappeared. There are 4 bushes that are supposed to screen. The remnants of them are still sitting there. They have all died. So I think we must consider that this owner and workforce, of which there is not a person on site all the time, we need to consider that they are not going to put the time into, all these pictures are beautiful and green, and that is not what the property looks like. So I would ask that the commission consider that. I would also say that this building does not, the commission's job is to protect the integrity of the neighborhood. This addition does not in any way contribute to the aesthetics of this neighborhood, and it does not serve a good the purpose of this neighborhood. So I would ask that for those and many, many other reasons that this this project be declined.
Thank you, Tiffany.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller is Michael Baker. Michael, are you online? Okay. Dennis Walsh. Okay. It looks like the next callers may not be online. I think we do have a couple of unknown callers. Unknown callers, if you're calling in for 1921 Charlotte Drive, can you please state your name and your comments? Okay. Doesn't sound like we have any unknown callers either. I will state, though, that there are some written letters that were provided by possibly some of the people that didn't call in today in the supplement agenda. Also, again, the commission is reviewing this project as new construction, non-residential infill, and typically parking and rear yard permeability are not in the new construction for non-residential standards. Thank you.
Do we want to give the applicant an opportunity to respond?
Absolutely.
To the comments? No, I don't.
I'd love
Oh,
to say,
please.
I'd love to say a couple things.
Please.
I am not going to say that the building that we bought was the most beautiful building in the neighborhood. I think it was built like 1992 to be a halfway house. We really couldn't do much to the exterior because obviously there's a lot of restrictions, as we all know. So we're trying to make the new building as much of a kind of a cultural and aesthetic nod to Dilworth as we can, but we can't go back and rip the old building down and make it a historic structure. That was done before we got here. The landscaping, I really wish that that it was easier to keep things alive over there. We've probably spent $50,000 or $60,000 in landscaping, and the trees suck a lot of those nutrients up. But we would love to work with the neighborhood to make sure that the new landscaping is beautiful. I grew up in a flower shop. I have a massive appreciation for all things green and for making things lush. It's just I'm happy to work with the neighborhood with irrigation or anything else that we can kind of be a good steward of that. And we're trying really, really hard to make this building a good nod to the neighborhood, which is why, Mr. Evercash here has worked so hard, and we've come back multiple times to try to make this as pleasing to the neighborhood as possible. That's really, I mean, if we need to add another window here, another window there to soften the exterior, I'm all ears. We're all ears. We want to work with the team to make sure that it is as pleasing as possible. And, a place that people can stay for the week while they're, you know, nursing or teaching or whatever they're doing seems to be, you know, a good thing for an urban neighborhood that's experiencing a massive housing shortage. So, you'd love to answer any specific questions. I've been here from the beginning. I bought the property. I did the renovation, so I'm happy to answer any contextual questions.
Well, I think that's a good segue, Adam, to just, they had some good comments. If somebody says, hey, look at that elevation, it needs more windows, that's what we want to hear versus just saying we don't think something meets. So if we could just spend the time, just like starting off with spacing, does anybody in the room think our spacing is not congruous with, I've walked the neighborhood. I've stepped off those alleys between buildings. So I know they're, 8 to 13 feet. There's plenty of them. Does spacing meet? Does anybody think spacing does not meet the ordinance?
Conversation.
Can you repeat your question?
Is this open for back and forth conversation?
Generally speaking, the way this goes is that the applicant does their presentation, and after they finish the presentation, the commissioners ask questions of the applicant, and then a dialogue can ensue.
Yeah, the reason I'm here is because I want to hear people's thoughts so I can hear them, because I haven't been a part of this and I really want to hear what people have to say so I can kind of react to it. Again, I'm a neighbor. I'm a local guy. I'd love to understand.
I brought one for me, sir. So whatever you say is going on that page where we don't.
All right, well, I'll start. So I think it was I that called you out on the elevations in the grading plan the first time. So I appreciate you giving us accurate plans. That's helpful.
Good.
The retaining wall that's shown along Ideal Way, is that new or is that existing? Or where does it start?
There is a really beat up retaining wall right now.
Familiar
It's
with it, yeah.
brick, it's crumbly.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
We have lowered the building and the site slightly so that we could get rid of that and not have to have that little wall anymore. So this one basically is just for us to back up the garbage.
The one
can.
that comes down Ideal Way. So all of that,
It's gone.
that's all new retaining wall there.
We hope we don't have any retaining walls. We've got
I think
a civil engineer and we've lowered the site and we've got enough to slope to the curb so that we have eliminated that
So
dilapidated retaining wall.
what is, I don't know how to describe it on this plan. It says, that you see the dimension 13.7 between the two buildings? What's in the middle between those two buildings? That red brick looking thing. To your right, Candace. Yep, to the,
That's
where it says existing electrical service panels. What's underneath, what's that red line?
That's a brick accent up in the pavement. It's not a retain.
Okay, so if you go to,
I think there is a retaining wall there now. But you can see from the elevations, we're all within 15. The idea was to smooth everything out and not have to have any retaining walls. I think we will have them at the garbage cans, but a very small one.
so on slide 25. What is that? I think it's the top right one, which is the second row right one. What is that red brick looking thing that's holding up
You're
there?
correct. That's there. You can back me up. That is existing. Is that that existing wall?
There's an existing, like, old railroad tie.
Yep.
Type, wall there, for egress facing,
That we're proposing to change it to brick with the new grades now.
I'm happy to upgrade that wall to
So
something.
I'm just curious, it's not called out, and I know that there's the elevations on this are difficult. So 2 minutes ago, I heard there is no retaining wall. Now I'm hearing there is a retaining wall. So I'm just trying to get an understanding of what's what.
I think what Mr. Evercash meant is there's not, I was about to ask which building you're asking about. I think he was saying there's no retaining wall in the new building. There's an existing condition with an old retaining wall here on the existing structure.
Yeah.
The new structure doesn't need a retaining wall because of this pocket park in the slope.
So I'm familiar with the timber wall and I see a red brick looking retaining wall on the plans and it's just not called out. So I'm curious as to what that is.
Perfect.
The existing AC units, it says to relocate to new buildings. So the existing AC units on the existing structure are going to the new
Yes.
roof?
We have a screened, you go to the elevations of the back, the other side, keep going. That we have created a screened area on this.
Yep, I got that. I'm
Area.
just, so you're taking, but
Yes, sir.
I'm just curious, and I'm just curious. So the existing outdoor units on the existing building are going up there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your arborist letter, we asked for that last time, so that's great. I mean, it's much better having a professional tell us what kind of trees and what kind of shape they are than,
Okay.
and, a bunch of builders or architects or whoever having a comment on it, just, So your material,
Yes, sir.
you've called out hardy plank siding, which we've allowed hardy artisan siding. We've never, that I know, allowed hardy plank siding.
To get to materials. That's why I did the booklet.
So they're both hardy material, but this looks like standard wood grain hardy lap siding, which
Wood grain's not allowed in the district, sir. I thought we made that clear that it does have the thickness.
I'm just reading what you put here. It says James Hardy plank siding painted. And it doesn't say anything about artisan, and that looks like wood grain to me.
Okay, it's not where, the wood, it's very clear that it says it's not, we were proposing the thick that you can't tell, if you.
I hear you. I mean, you asked what kind of, you want direct comments on what was wrong, why we turned this down.
The key
I'm trying to
word
give you direct comments.
is because of the word artisan. Is that the key word?
There's different types. We've allowed different types of siding. One of them, we've allowed hardy siding, lap siding, just not this one.
Okay, we don't have the grain, we'll go with artisan.
Your backflow preventer that's being screened with existing plants, is that an existing backflow preventer or is that new? I'm trying to find the,
We had to install a backflow preventer.
it is, I think it's slide 14, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't, it says existing trees and shrubs, but it doesn't say whether that's new or existing backflow preventer.
Adam, where is your existing? We actually engaged them.
And then
Civil
my last, just clarification is I think it's my last, the relocate the garden shed, is that staying on the property or is that exiting the property, leaving the property?
Yeah, we'll probably just get rid of that.
Okay.
It's right for the patio.
That's all I got.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying the hardy. I mean, we had an intent of the wood grain and we wanted to think we just didn't have that term artisan, I guess, on there.
We've approved hardy artisan Smooth, Hardy Artisan Smooth, or,
Smooth. It says wood grain stone allowed, so we would never
right.
propose it.
Mhm.
Hardy Artisan Smooth.
We've also approved Nichi Ha Savannah Smooth.
Okay, good.
I have some other feelings about that the members of the public have brought up about fenestration rhythm, particularly on, I don't know what it is on the floor plan, but on the Charlotte Drive facing elevation on that left and right,
Let's go with it.
field of siding, just helping break up those elevations a little better. Additionally, on the parking lot elevation,
Okay.
both of these are visible from Charlotte Drive, inward facing to the districts. I think we'd want to see those to have a little more.
Detail.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think? Like breaking them up with brick or what?
Usually, I mean, it's a balance, typically, I'd look inward to the district and see, how usually it's windows. Yeah.
Yeah.
Window.
Yeah.
And that goes for the parking lot facing side as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say both those,
Let's
both the
go
left and
with
right
it.
side of this elevation as well as the, that one as well.
Okay.
And then, I have a similar concern about the amount of lighting on this structure and just around the building. I mean, if we look here, I realize you have to get, for safety and everything. So I would see, I don't know if there's an instance in our districts, all the time we ask, point to a historic example in the neighborhood. I don't know where, and it's hard because we don't have a lot of multifamily in these districts. So, on many houses or on other pieces of architecture, I don't know where we have sconces, that high up on a elevation just in the middle of a wall. So, I don't know whether that can be handled with post lights, low level lighting, just something different. Similarly on the stair hall.
Be uplit or what would be more pleasing?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that we get into the dark skies initiative. I think it's recommended, maybe. Yeah, not necessarily uplit, but I'm thinking landscape lighting, like pathway lighting. Just sconces that aren't. I mean, those sconces are very high up and very visible to the community.
Okay.
Similarly, we have those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sconces on the columns that make up that breezeway. That stair walk. Some of the, I mean, you guys can pick up on this, and we don't get in this too much, but I can see how it sort of relates back to what we have purview over, aesthetically, as well as just creating an overall level of a pleasant atmosphere in these districts. Having that much lighting that high up presents sort of an uncomfortable environment.
So is your comment, we may have too much lighting?
Too much, and I think inappropriately placed.
Okay, perfect. That's good.
Just to clarify, we do not approve uplighting at all.
Yeah.
But pathway would be.
Pathway's different. And any lighting.
Also achieve kind of the safety, like, do you think pathway would be enough?
Yeah, I mean, we can't, I can't tell you what to do. I can only say,
Right.
we're not okay with this. Come back to us with something that's more appropriate to our guidelines in the community, in the historic districts.
And just to clarify for the commission's not allowed to design the project for applicants. And so the commission's only offering suggestions as to what may be allowed and what would not be allowed based on the guidelines. However, obviously, applicants are welcome to listen to the commission's feedback and try to include it as appropriate, understanding that up and until the commission sees the different plans or the different designs with the feedback appropriated, that doesn't guarantee approval.
Yeah, we understand. we appreciate everybody's comments. I agree with you about the height of the sconces, and I saw in the booklet that, you know, just porch lights are fine, just in the soffit. You know,
Yeah, I
we
mean,
might do more of that.
Yeah, and perhaps this would be a good place to look at this, maybe just the site plan. If you guys have these sconces and these lights placed primarily for safety, let's think about where they are and how can you achieve that in other ways. Again, we can't design it for you, so can you put lighting in the parking lot? Can you put lighting on the pathways? Not necessarily on the building. I think for me, from an architectural and from as it applies to our guidelines, that's what's putting me off about the lighting in general. Okay. So I would just say, look at our guidelines, and I apologize, I don't have the section.
Okay.
Understood. And I'm sure we can give you this section to look to just to help guide you a little bit. But I would say, the way the sconces are placed and the frequency and how they are at this point, to me, it just isn't in keeping. And then I think that's all I had for now.
All right.
Any other
I'm
commissioners?
taking notes.
Super helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, that was good comments.
Any other commissioners have comments or questions rather?
Yeah, I have a question. So the windows that, when we go back to materials, the windows that you have proposed have not been approved from and so typically before we're approving any new material, we need to see the actual,
Window sample.
window sample.
You want a sample brought in? Okay.
And I always get confused on this. It's a sample, is for windows, it's a sample framed and all that. Is that right?
I think that this is just a wood window,
Okay.
correct? Then if they could just bring in a sample of the actual window. It's when you're looking at like a new material
Gotcha.
that you need all like the trim work and to see how it looks historically, but
Okay. And I believe we typically approve double hung. Not single.
Yes,
hung.
ma'am.
I guess I wouldn't, can you just help orient me? If you go to page, so if you go to page 10.
Okay.
This building, the bottom, or is this bottom? Yeah, the bottom right one, that's existing, right?
Yes,
Correct.
that's there.
So if you go to page 14, that is this one that's further to the bottom of the page, the grayed out one.
This is the existing, correct.
Okay, and
You're
so,
just looking at it from right here, looking at it.
so then on page 16, sorry, I just need to get oriented. On page 16, this to the left is the existing building and to the right is a new
That's correct.
construction. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And so the spacing is the spacing between these two buildings that you all changed.
Yes, 13.7.
And so the height of the new building as it being taller than, like with the chimney and everything with the existing building, is there context for that? Like I'm looking on page 18 and just trying to figure out where these buildings are in terms of the streetscape.
You know, we're within, we're so close. I mean, we've got all the Zoeli stuff, and that height thing is so funny because when you view buildings, you never view them straight on. So I guess we are literally, you saw the elevation there within, look like inches of the existing building. If you take that peak along, I mean, we could lower the peak, but we thought the proportion of the gable was very pleasing. We could always lower that
So my question, is it the peak that we look at, or is it the top of, like, the chimney is taller? Like, which one do we?
The ridge.
Booklet
which is
talks
the
about
peak?
not
Okay.
the peak as also the furnace line and all that. This line is also important, which we've related to with these dormers. It's, you tell me which you would prefer.
I just didn't know when we talk about height, and Commissioner Barr answered my question, that we look at the peak versus the other piece. And so on page 18, Candace. So at the bottom, is that the new streetscape all the way at the bottom of that page? Are you this building on the right? Like, where are you in here?
That's the existing building.
That's the existing.
We're
Okay.
right behind it and basically the same height.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, that's what I had.
You don't have a, I see the Zotwell for Ideal Way. Maybe am I missing? Do you have the Zotwell with the proposed structure next to the existing structure on Ideal Way? I mean, we kind of see it in your elevation drawings. And that's a technicality, but
I think Zutwell, you know more than I think has continued to work on these. I think we got one that we needed that after we had submitted, I think.
Gotcha.
Just recently. So we didn't have time to put it in the packet.
Yeah, I mean, I have no reason to believe that your elevations show the undulating topography, so I would imagine they're probably fairly accurate, but we probably would want to see your proposed just on that Zotwell Ideal Way elevation.
Okay.
Anyway, that's easy. Let's see.
Any other comments? These are been
Was
great
it-
comments.
One of the callers had a question or made a comment about orientation. Like, is the
Yeah.
orientations change?
Candace, because this is a multi-family infill, all the stuff you said. The orientation aspect of this type of project, would that necessarily apply to this? I mean, it's basically on a 3-sided lot with multiple buildings. So that's a great point to bring up, but I don't know that that wouldn't necessarily come into play with this, correct?
I mean, your orientation is typically like, it's oriented towards both streets, and while there's another building in front of it, it's still oriented towards the main thoroughfares. So, I'm not sure in which way it's not oriented correctly.
Book says orient the primary elevation to the primary street and address a secondary side street. And we feel like we've done, we've addressed them both. We're copying your pattern book.
Speak.
Go ahead.
I think this touches on where some of the conflict lies with the neighbors and the project. And we've got a non-residential building that's an existing building, and there was a lot of reference to addition. This technically isn't an addition. So I think, I went back to 7.3, which is the beginning of the section of section 7 on context. And, it's just a tricky thing Because number one, while new non-residential structures can take many design cues from existing historic buildings, respecting the immediate historic context of the new development is essential in terms of setback, spacing, height, scale, massing, roof forms, materials, foundation heights, window head heights, and cornice heights. Where a site exists with a buildable area for a non-residential building, the immediate historic context takes priority and should be respected. So it's, I guess my point is, I'm just acknowledging the challenge that, you know, it's an additional building that is allowed by zoning to be on this property, correct? Like, that is not in our purview. And this is where we start. It's not technically an addition. It's an additional building. So, I think that's where the orientation, the comments from that while I empathize with the neighbors and their challenges, I know that this has been a problematic property in the past for them. I'm not sure how much is in our purview as far as what they would like us to address and some of the things that they spoke on. Just a comment.
I agree. Go for it.
Can you, speak to or describe these stairs? I see the detail on it. It's called out as, aluminum rail and wood treads, on slide 27. But on slide, I think it's 26, which is probably the most visible when the stairs will be, view 3 or whatever, screenshot, whatever that thing's called, number 3. It doesn't really portray like treated wood stairs, and we feeling good about those flowers growing on under there? That looks like, it's just maybe my misconception, but aluminum rail typically means to me black aluminum rail, and treated steps usually means wood stringers and treated risers and treated treads, and what are we looking at here?
Okay, we were showing wood risers and treads. We did show aluminum rails just for maintenance. We're fine. We've gone around the neighborhood. Most people's that you see, the back patios are wood. And if anybody thinks that we need to be wood rails to be in keeping, we're fine with that. We chose white aluminum just for the maintenance and the.
Yeah, I think this is a graphics thing too, like this 3D perspective you guys do well, helpful. I think there's maybe some missing pieces here. I mean, it looks like a floating cantilevered stair, which to me would say like it's made of steel or something like that. So I think this is just a graphics thing. Correct, Commissioner Taylor, I mean, are you looking for some additional structure there?
Well, yeah.
Or are you looking for a material?
Green it, if that would be, so you don't even.
I'm just looking at this perspective, it is the probably the most visible of the exterior stairwells, which there's probably a bunch of them on the backs of houses in Dilworth or historic neighborhoods. You just don't see a lot of them. So, and a treated stair that is treated stringers and risers and treads and support posts and whatnot reads differently than what this looks like, steel stringers and.
We had the word treated here. We're thinking they're white painted, and that's a maintenance thing, but that's okay. Which is what they're illustrating there. So I apologize if the word treated is somewhere in there.
So to clarify, they are wood or they are metal?
The stairs are wood. We went with the
Aluminum hammers.
once we said, like I said, if there was a problem with this committee, we'd be very happy to
Okay,
change them to wood.
okay. Typically, we do black metal handrails.
On commercial properties or non-residential rather.
Just in general.
Is there a preference? Well, you know, you can't design the building. I didn't know if there was a historical preference. Well, we'd rather see wood. We're happy to make the change.
Just a quick reminder to speakers and members of the commission, please speak loudly and into the microphone.
I think it depends on the the type of architectural language you're going for. This looks like a, how would I classify this? Like a colonial revival or something. So usually that would be like a wood, painted wood, I would imagine, but it's your job to come to us and show us what you're trying to go for.
Okay.
So that just, I don't want us to go down a rabbit hole just on this. I think that just may be something that we ask y'all to elaborate on.
Okay.
And maybe provide some historical context that we can reference on what exactly you're going for. Right now, it seems a little not arbitrary, but there's some gray areas here that we need to build in. Yeah. So, okay. Any other comments, Commissioner Taylor?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
Okay, I got a couple. So I don't know that you had the layout the last time we looked at it, but you've pushed the building back. How far did you push that back?
To get the spacing?
Yeah.
We were pretty much in line, so I'm gonna say, 12 feet.
And then how much did you push it toward the left?
Same amount.
And that seems to be what's more objectionable from that Charlotte Drive.
How you can kind of see it poking out from the back?
Yeah, and I think in all of the representations of that elevation, it stands out, and you do see that. And I think if I were living across the street, I would be concerned with that as well. Have you thought of any ways that could be screened such that it looked less commercial and pleasing?
Be clear, you're talking about
Yeah.
this portion?
Yeah, it's that general elevation of that portion of the building from Charlotte Drive.
Hit that rendering, right
That
there.
one,
Yep.
view forward.
Yep.
I mean, it looks like the back of a Motel 6, sticking out.
Okay. We will address that.
Keeping the Motel 6 comment out of it. Would you rather, we can't design the building, but I think that the reason we pushed that back was to give that kind of pocket park feeling on the other side of the
No, I
building.
I liked that. I thought that was a good move. And I don't mind the building per se sticking out.
It
It's
needs
more
to be resolved better.
Yeah.
It needs more design thought, Adam, into that, which we
I think
will
that
do.
would go a long way towards, for a lot of reasons, particularly your neighbors there.
I do not disagree with
Do you
you.
think it would be important enough to shrink the park that we've created?
No. Yeah, I think that part, it just feels like
Yeah.
it's
I
the
like
right
pocket
side.
park, but I wanna
Let
be-
let us address this. I think it's better to figure out how to make this more amenable. and
I
keep
think
park.
the added green space on the Ideal Way side was a very good move. And whether this sticks out or not doesn't bother me as much as just the look of it. So if pushing it back helps improve the look, I would say yes.
it's,
And maybe breaking up that elevation with, like we talked about.
we'll do something. It needs.
And my memory is poor these days, but I don't know if we mentioned this in the previous application you have, but can that stair be enclosed? Does it have to be an open air stair and walkways? What's the
We
reason?
can make it look more architectural instead of open. It can be a low wall and it might still be open, but it would feel more like a building. I mean, it might have what looks like windows, but they might be openings.
Yeah, I mean, again, we've said it a million times.
got you.
Can't design it, but I think that's probably, for me, that's one of the most
I got that.
difficult things to get behind on this project is that open stair. You know, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it needs to be enclosed partially or, you know, just detailed out differently. You know, that's up to you all. But I would say, yeah, I mean, aside from Commissioner Whitlock's Motel 6 comment, I think unless we had an adequate historical precedent showing, you know, a vast open stair on that's visible from the street, I don't. It just seems foreign to the type of I think you get it. So
I get it.
Heard.
Well, we'll work on that.
yeah,
It's easy, I
sure.
think.
Can I to segue and add on to that a little bit? I think speaking again to these challenges that I think everyone has is, you know, you look at this elevation on the Kenilworth side and you've definitely picked up on residential. It says residential. It's picking up on the context of the neighborhood. But then you go up there and you see that corner and there's nothing that's contextual
I got you.
to the historic neighborhood at all.
I think it's a fair comment.
It is fair.
Which corner?
Well, the stair.
Yeah.
The Motel 6 corner.
Chris just said it a lot nicer than you.
Okay,
She said the same thing.
Red Roof Inn. How's that?
No, that's the existing building.
We're hoping for Fairfield, but that's okay. Great comment. I think that's an easy thing to resolve. I think all your comments are easy to resolve. I really do. So you can shut me up now. I got good feedback.
All right. Any other comments, questions? Good. All right. With that, I think we're going to go ahead and anything else from you guys? You've been incredibly open. I appreciate your attitude towards this whole thing.
No, we
Thank you
appreciate the
for
comment.
being open to our comments and suggestions.
Sure.
I'm just with the dialogue. I mean, that's really why I'm here, just to hear, like, how can we react?
Great. So if you guys are good, I think we'll go ahead and close and deliberation. Well, let's start big picture. I know Commissioner Taylor had some great comments. All of us did, Bell, Whitlock. Massing, I mean, I don't think it's horrible. I think there could be some massaging on just how the buildings connect. That what's perceived as the entrance off of Kenilworth, I think could be celebrated a little bit better, but you know, I don't know. That's for me to decide. Definitely agree with fenestration on some of these fields of siding to just help bring down the human scale a little bit further, as well as some of my comments about lighting, maybe transitioning into site lighting coming off the building, just being a little less intensive. I think the stair needs a redesign in that walkway. You'll help me out. Who else? What other sort of items do we touch on?
Commissioner Barth, I think you touched on it, but I think it's on render page 16. It's the courtyard side, that projection where you have a 2-story blank wall right now with a fixture kind of like right at the middle of the second floor line.
Yeah,
just to make sure that that's part of sort of a revisit on that side of the structure.
I think we may, yeah, that's where I think we were talking about. We may need to see some fenestration just to help break up these blank walls, especially that one in particular. But I think all, both sides of this rear elevation as well as the parking lot facing one because they're visible. And again, we don't require this. I think this is an instance where it might help to have the plan. They may have had a reason why there aren't windows there. But blanked in windows can always be a thing. There are other solutions to the problem. So, anything else? Commissioner Taylor, did I miss something?
I mean, I think, it's this comment, it's a lot more accurate and improvement on the previous application. I would add that, just nitpick, I don't see any signage. I don't know if there's any signage going here. I don't see like that backflow preventer. I don't know how you screen a new backflow preventer with existing truck, just little stuff like that. The siding, all that was the siding that we would accept.
The hardy siding, the window sample. I think we're good on all that. I think the Commissioner Taylor, the site plan accuracy, I think some things that you brought up there, I think we need a little more detail there just to make sure we're understanding fully what's going on. I think there's a retaining wall out by Kenilworth too. I don't know what happens with that, if I'm not mistaken.
Commissioner Taylor, on slide 16, on the right side of the render, there is a sign that is part of that. I think it says to come later in terms of details.
Saw that too.
Like a blade sign coming out from the street side.
It's a good catch.
I think there's additional, like if we look at the staff notes, there's some stuff about, if we look at staff notes, there's stuff about window trim changes.
Details with regard to that, yeah. Yeah, maybe that's a good, thank you, Commissioner Bell. That's probably a good place to start as well. Let's just read down through staff notes. Plans. So a lot of these are revisions based on what they had presented before. Yeah, I think we start with these fairly high level things like how to handle the stair and the fenestration rhythm and solid void, all that stuff, and then just include a blanket statement that we need additional details. We need like eave details, window trim details, all that sort of stuff. I mean, this is a complicated project. I think y'all can appreciate that and very well know that it is. So we just need a little bit more of that as we start to get further into it.
Okay.
I would imagine that, we're going to deal with a few tweaks here and there. But having some of that information may be good moving forward, if that's the direction we're going in.
I wanted to clarify that for windows, that it's not that we always need a window sample. We just need a window sample if it's in a window we have not previously approved. I just want to make sure that was clear. So if there's a window that we've previously approved, staff could certainly guide you on that. Then we do not need a window sample.
Sure.
Still need the trim details.
Candace, have we approved, was it the Quaker?
No.
Done that before, okay. Didn't think so. All right. Well, those are my thoughts. Anybody care to float a motion? Does anyone feel they're close?
Right, probably need help with some standards.
Sure.
So I make a motion to continue this applicant and ask the applicant to revisit massing, 7.7, administration, not sure what that is. Lighting, looking again at materials with the Hardy Artisan. Looking at the, relooking at the stair and walkway redesign. Also needing accuracy of the site plans, window sample due to the fact that we have not previously approved this window. And then just additional details. And we're encourage the applicant to look back at staff notes for those additional details that are needed. Materials was 716, number 2. Windows is
714.
714.
And I think cornices and trim 713 as well.
You know, we didn't address foundation. Do we need to include that, still that increased?
This is along the Kenilworth side.
Yes.
Is that a amendment to include foundation?
17, slide 17.
Thank you.
Do we have a Zoutwell on Kenilworth? I don't think we do. Candace, does Zoutwell do, I mean, I guess that's the edge of the district. They should have a Zoutwell streetscape for Kenilworth, right? Because I don't know how we can make a determination on whether the front foundation is in keeping or comparable to what's in context if we don't know what.
I'm not sure that we have one. We would have to order it.
That may be a survey that the
Yeah, Kenilworth
applicant can
is
do
kind of
independently.
like outside the district.
Yeah, but we don't have a comparison to the surrounding context, like the houses. You know, we'd like to see, you know, do the foundation lines line up to the window heads line up from house to house, structure to structure, to the eave lines line up. Because what we don't want is like, you know, an eave line down here and then all of a sudden jumps up to 2 stories, or a foundation that's typically at, you know, 18 inches and then all of a sudden we have a 5-foot foundation.
We have houses facing.
There's some weird things. There's a few, yeah. There's a house across Ideal Way. There's those garages down that way. We have a commercial structures or commercial property up the street with a lot of retaining wall. It may be fine. I think we just don't have enough information to comment on that, which is something that the community brought up. So I think it needs to be addressed.
5 feet.
Mhm.
It's very tall.
In that section of Kenilworth, I mean, it's not flat. So I think we just need some additional information. How long would it take to get a Zoutwell streetscape on that? Too long.
I think they're at like a 4 to 6 week.
Yeah. And it's very overgrown, so I don't know. Anyway. This may be a design challenge. I'm not gonna say how, but I think maybe it can be handled in other ways, reducing that foundation. If that is viewed as the entrance. So, that might be something that the applicant wants to pursue, just look at.
So then add that in the motion, re-looking at
The foundation on
And-
Kenilworth.
on Kenilworth 7-Eleven.
Friendly amendment.
Yes.
Well, those houses across the street aren't gonna be, those are. I don't
It's
know,
outside
they
the district.
Look like they're newer homes right there.
Yeah, I think Kenilworth is the
Might even be on
boundary, right?
slab. I don't know.
Yeah.
but,
There are homes to
Yeah.
the south, I guess, on Kenilworth, single family. And then there are all those garages, which are basically slab on grade with very minimal foundation, but they're accessory structures to the primary. So, I mean, I'm not opposed to it. There's anyway, they just need to explore it and come
Yeah,
back to
move
us.
on.
Yeah. Good. Okay. And then I think a friendly amendment would, in addition with the site plan, what's it called? Elaboration, would like to see how they're gonna screen the backflow preventer, and any other site features and mechanical units that includes condensing units if they are to be placed on the floor, if they're all going up the roof.
Detail of the retaining walls.
Detail, thank you. Detail of the retaining walls. New versus old, all that stuff. That all goes under site work.
Okay.
Yes.
Amendment accepted,
Yes.
Commissioner Milliken. All right, do we have a second to Commissioner Bell's motion?
Just
Seconded.
very briefly, I believe some standards were listed, but after that, the commission had some additional friendly amendments. If you could just list, either identify that they go under the same standards listed, or if there were new, list those standards as well for the motion.
Yes.
I think we got foundation 7-Eleven.
7-Eleven.
7-Eleven for foundation.
Did we list a site standard site? 8.9 for site. 8.6 through 8.8 fences and walls. 8.4 trees and lawns. We're just gonna put 8.3 under there too, sidewalks and parking. Okay, 8.11 lighting.
Could we also add 7.3, which is the overview of context?
Yes.
Accepted, Commissioner Bell. All right. You good? Okay. Again, motion made by Commissioner Bell. Did we have a second?
Second.
Guys, you threw a lot in myself.
Oh, okay. We'll say, we'll give it to the new guy, Commissioner Sullivan, seconded. The motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by Commissioner Sullivan. Any additional commentary or amendments? Nope. All right. So we are going to vote Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth. Motion passes to continue with. And feeling that. Commissioner Barth, yes. Motion to continue, sorry, passes 6-0 with conditions. Thank you so much. And could we take a quick break?
Yes.
Or
How
a-
long would you
or-
like to take?
Decent break, 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
10
Thank
minutes.
you.
Okay.
We will be returning in 10 minutes. Welcome back to the July 10th HGC meeting. Our next application is 501 North Poplar Avenue. This case was continued from the May 8th meeting for the following items. As soon as our screen loads, you will see those reasons.
Staying up late, working on that. Not working.
While we're waiting for the project to load, the applicants are in the room with us. Ryan, can you state your name and your address, both of you, and spell your names? And then also, have you been sworn in?
Okay, yep. And then we also have John Meng on the phone for questions as well. So, but I'm Ryan Baird, currently living at 1225, I'm sorry, 225 North Cedar Street, apartment 411, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
I'm Dominic Thompson. I'm at 7222 Cobble Creek Drive in Matthews, 28104.
And you both have been sworn in, correct?
Not today,
Okay.
but
And
we'll
then
do that now then.
we have Ryan on, or I'm
Oh, sorry.
John online. John, if you can state your name and address for the record, and also if you have video, please turn it on.
It's, oh, there we go. It allowed me to unmute. Sorry, I'm on my mobile device. John Meng, 2459 Wilkinson Boulevard, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28208.
Okay. And if you three, as well as anyone else in the room that hasn't been sworn in yet, would please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following statement. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Okay.
Okay, again, this is 501 North Poplar Street, and the application was continued for the items outlined on the staff memo in red. The applicant has provided some revised proposals for the material change to the dormers, revised information on the stone water features. The planting strip option 2 has been revised, and then options for the front porch as well as the alternative materials have been brought to the room for observation.
Okay. Thank
Um,
you again for, oh, can I start? Sorry.
Sure.
Didn't mean to cut you off. Thank you again for hearing our case. We're excited that this could be the last meeting to finalize everything after approaching nearly a 2.5-year process. So appreciate the effort you've had with us. I do have this first summary page printed where each potential option has its own row to avoid confusion. It's actually the same as the one in the presentation material, but I did cross out the word vented at the bottom. I guess we don't have soffit vents applicable on this project.
And can you confirm that the handouts you're passing out are the same as what the presentation shows here?
Yep, except as I mentioned, I crossed out the word vented.
Thank you.
Just as a housekeeping item for members of the commission, if you write substantive notes on these handouts, those matters are now public record and should go along with the file. So just be mindful of that, that if you do make substantive notes on any handouts, that they need to be turned back to staff so that they can be put together with the file.
And then when you're ready, if we can go to the next page. All right, so for the roofing, in the last deliberation, the minor solar roof ridge changes still needed to have deliberation, and there has been some confusion even with various options and various approval letters in the past. So at this point, we need the commission to approve the entire roof plan. The only changes to the roof form are the low slope, less visible roof portions that have the ridge meeting at the top, and that was done to reduce warranty concerns, simplify the roof form, prevent opportunities for leaks. And in the bottom left image, that's the area shown in blue. Everything else there is the same. Sorry, I lost my spot. This does show the solar panels only in less visible locations, as we've talked about in past meetings. Asphalt shingles throughout, the taller turret recommended to us, and all other forms previously approved. So I believe we're on the same page, but we do need that confirmed. On the next page, discussing the two stone water features. In the immediate context, we've added the scale context, particularly the larger images with the homes showing the large blue box to show the scale of those two stormwater features. And then we've also, it's worth noting that there's a much taller fountain on our street at 416 North Poplar Street. I didn't include an image as it wasn't a stone fountain, but nonetheless, a larger fountain in our context. We're proposing a small waterfall tucked in near our driveway that's shown in the top left. And then in the bottom left, a mid-sized fountain built into the natural grade of our site, with the notes on there matching what we've discussed last time. Next page. So the site, since we spoke last time, it had only had minor changes to where we did have to change the shape of one path in the bottom right of the site on the plan, because we noticed it was still conflicting with an existing fire hydrant. So that shape has changed a little bit. And then our intent of what we would use for a border for the brick paths is shown best in the context image for 416 West 9th Street. Also, there is some context shown for paths being paved up to the building foundation, but we're still trying to address the drainage and planning strip comments for our project. One topic we learned in this case is that the HDC standard for this is specifically intended to not have the paths above the building foundation or additional weight on top of, especially vehicles and carts for driveways. With materials could then add more weight on top of an existing historic building home foundation and then cause damage to the existing historic structure. But in the case of new construction, the opposite's actually true and better for us for drainage and other reasons if we pave up to the building foundation rather than having a planning strip. And then there are a few ways we can believe that we address the commission's concerns. One of them, as shown in the blue line in the top left image on this page, would be adding a trench drain. On the next version, which is actually, I believe, 3 pages down in the agenda. Yep. On the next version, the orange could be pervious pavers, and then the yellow could be gravel strips. And the red we're trying to avoid, as those are trash areas, trying to make them a hose down area and don't want any inappropriate waste build up in gravel below those for us, our tenants and our neighbors. And so if allowed, I'm informed that the best architectural solution for new construction is actually add just the yellow gravel that's visible outside of the fence. We do need this fence that will be remaining. It's required by code really just because of some of the elevation changes there. And then, and I think that would be the best approach for us if we're allowed to. And then otherwise we would pave and brick and mortar the rest of the pathways behind the fence. So, but we have the three options there. If we could go, I believe it's up 2 pages. B for the porch floor, page 12. Yep.
Ryan, while we're on this, you're trying to raise the fence up to 7 feet, correct?
No, the fence height shouldn't have changed since last time. It should already be at 6 feet.
Okay, I thought I saw something for 7 feet in your comments.
Oh, so that is just a dividing wall in between the trash and HVAC. So that's part of what we're proposing as the solution as we're talking about the planning strips in order to try to keep more trash out of the HVAC and other areas. So since that wasn't really a fence, I didn't know if that even fell under the guidelines, but that's what that comment is on the plans of having that piece as just a flat panel fence-like form, 7
So
feet
screening.
dividing wall.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, so the brick porch floor in option 2 is shown on the bottom left there with numerous context images provided, which could be in a typical pattern, herring pattern, or square pattern. And then with that, it led us to finally coming up with a solution for the front awning. We've been trying to have it cover the steps, tenant steps, to minimize water and ice risks there, which comprise of moving a step in between the 2 porch columns and then extending the awning only about 2 inches in the end. And then along that way, we found a better bracket and aesthetic that we feel looks better regardless of whether or not we're allowed with the all brick porch floor. And I'm sorry, that is page 13. So you can see the new bracket on the left and then the old bracket on the right. And the awning itself only moved 2 inches, so you can hardly see that, or if you can see it. And then last part would be on the last page. Yep, thank you. So for alternative materials, we have the Hardie and True Exterior siding and trim samples, along with the A-Series Anderson window here, and I will let Dom go ahead and summarize that piece.
Sure. I think on the May meeting, we had, in my mind, 3 challenges. We were, 1, not able to present you with the A-Series Anderson window that we were hoping for. Now we have. 2, we were not able to give you a sort of a comprehensive wall section that would show you how these components and pieces interact with each other properly. And so we've done that. And 3, we didn't have a representation of the 3 different types of materials that are alternates that are being suggested. So it might be best if I sort of show and tell this. Take my mic with me. Definitely got my workout in today. Let's see. So the 3 different types of materials in question are the Hardie smooth 5/4 thick trim boards. That's represented here. We've got an exterior composite material that's represented here. And then True Exteriors, which is a company that makes fly ash products. So it's not cementitious, it's fly ash. So the True Exteriors fly ash siding is this German or Dutch lap, kind of an interchangeable term there. But anyway, that's the siding. It's fully through body fly ash material. The 5/4 cementitious James Hardie smooth trim. And it's, I'm only going to point this out because you would have no way of knowing otherwise, but this cap and that sill nosing are intentionally the exterior composite material. They're intentionally sort of sprinkled in there to attempt to show how well they blend in just with all the other materials. But those are the 3 different material types that are represented in the chart that you've been provided in option 1, I think is I'll let Ryan speak to what his heart desires for the use of what materials in what places. But obviously we've got an option 1 column and an option 2 column and all 3 of the products represented. And if you have any questions about, show me again, which product is that? I'm glad to obviously do that or whatever I need to do.
And just for the record, the sample, including all of its components, has been labeled as Exhibit 1.
Yes, and then the last thing I would say is just the A series Anderson window. They've given this to us on loan, and the screen obviously is removable, and this is a double hung. I think the last time we brought an E series casement, so it's a bit irrelevant, but yeah, I think that's it.
Yep, and I think it's worth noting the exterior material that is actually 90% wood, and then the Anderson A Series Fibrex window that is actually more than 60% wood. I believe everything else we've discussed in the past, but happy to open it up to Q&A. Finish the presentation portion first. We could start with that topic if it helps.
I don't believe we have any callers on the line.
So you've provided us with this wonderful spreadsheet here. Do you have, so we have what the HDC approves, or at least from your perspective, option 1, option 2. Are we to view this as option 1 is the preferred? If there's an option 2, if that option 1's not preferred, we'll go to that. Do you have a...
Commissioner Barth, before we get into that, I apologize. We do have a caller on the line.
Okay.
Stephen Turner, are you online? Stephen, can you hear us? One more time for Stephen. If there's any other unknown callers on the line calling for 501 North Poplar, please speak now.
Guess that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway, you were getting ready to say.
Yeah, so in general, I tried to put its own row for everything, even if there's an option 2 shown, except when you get to the trim details for the true exterior trim versus the trim series by James Hardy. Really, since we've talked about the fly ash true exterior, the trim that's made for that would be our preference and easier to work with and more percentage of wood and like we've talked about in the past, less dust and other things. But
and that's what's up here on this mock wall right here, the trim that we see.
The true exteriors product, the fly ash product, is what's painted in blue, the siding.
The siding, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's the same material that they use for the trim.
Gotcha.
And then I did list option 2 there. I believe it might have been in deliberation, the commission actually asked for samples of that too, which is the trim in the mock-up for that reason. Because I believe this was the first case where you're approving composite trim because of the new construction standard. So we just wanted to bring that and show that as option 2. So you have the option of approving both and deciding that for this project.
Okay, and as we look at this mock wall here, we're not necessarily looking at how this window is detailed out, like the dimensions and the trim. We're
Correct.
primarily looking for siding. This isn't how the windows on the proposed project are going to be detailed, correct?
Not every detail. Dom, it might help if we
pretty
can
close.
talk through that a little bit closer. One thing I do want to mention, this is a showroom sample that we got of the A-series window. It's not obviously the double hung windows that we're showing on our plans. And there are some trim details that differ, but we have tried to match that. So Dom, do you want to take it from there?
Sure, there was a portion of some of the information that was shared before where we had modified the trim, and I think your plans had been revised to show this more flat, sort of traditional 1x4 head casing, side legs, and the sill. I would say the two things that stand out in my mind about that may not meet what we're desiring down to, say, the 1/8 of an inch or something like that, would be that cap on top and the thickness, and maybe even, I don't know, the depth of that sill nosing. But otherwise, generally speaking, this is, yes, other than those very minute details, yeah, generally, I think this is the intended mock-up.
The reason I asked that, and this came right to my eyes glaring at me, is your sill apron sort of sticks out past your horizontal sill piece. Is that an intentional detail that you guys are trying to do on this project, or?
Would you mind just repeating yourself, since I've...
Yeah, the sill apron
Yes, here.
sticks out past the sill horns and past the vertical part of the casing, the jam side of the casing. Is that a design change? Because I haven't seen that before.
No. I would say that it probably got built that way because of the overhang of the cap, but if it can be flush with the outside edge of the casing all the way down, then
okay.
In other words, I'm not sure how much thoughtfulness went into that exact thing that you're asking about.
I'm just trying to clarify, because obviously we have this as a real world example, which is helpful for all of us here.
Totally.
And presenting your materials, but I'm just noticing some design changes in the overall aesthetic of this trim assembly. So I'm trying to establish, what we're reviewing here.
Totally makes sense.
So
Yeah. And the best answer is, this isn't perfectly detailed, even though we've tried to get pretty close. The plans and the details are what we're going after.
Sure.
If I just want to make sure, my understanding is that this area right here you're talking
correct.
about? Okay. Yeah, that would not be. how
And he's pointing to, I guess there's pictures of this online. The sill apron sticks out past the casing, the jam side casing, as well as the end of the sill board, which is not a typical detail, I believe. And I don't think reflected in the plans, but we're just, anyway, I think we're good. Okay. And then as far as the pavers going around the building, I wholeheartedly agree with you guys that standard is in the guidelines meant to preserve historic foundations, because they are more fragile and susceptible to water intrusion and freeze thaw and damage and all that stuff. However, we do also like to think about water runoff and that sort of thing. So where we do have pavers going up to the building foundation, would you all be open to looking at those being permeable? Just wholeheartedly?
I do
other
have
than transitioning
I
in
do have some
certain areas.
concerns with that, from the standpoint mostly of keeping it clean. And there are drains. There's a landscaping plan that's not fully incorporated into the architectural plan. So there are some more drains than you would see here to address that drainage need. But because of the trash area we're trying to keep as a hose down, and kind of similar for the car area, and not have every time we hose it have the permeable pavers have essentially sand in between them, have that come up and create a mess every time. That's my main concern with that piece.
Okay.
No, not that it's out of the question, but I think there is a good reason to not do that for the area behind the fence.
All right. Thank you for that response. I believe that is all that I had. All the questions I had. Commissioners, do we have any other comments from you all?
I'll jump in. When we continued this in May, from the May meeting, several of the comments that we had were, or stipulations were to provide a sample of what was going to be proposed for the garage door. So that sample, and also a sample of railings. Do you come back with any of that information?
Do you want to talk to that a little bit more? I know we have the samples of the materials here.
Yeah, we have the material type here, and my sort of initial response to that is the look of it is what's in the plans. The material itself is this cap and my sill nosing. That's the intended material type, and maybe I don't know how to. Maybe it just wasn't clear to me about how to get you a garage door sample and railing sections into the room and in front of you today, and that may just be on me, but.
It's proposed, is that on? I mean, is that something that's on your sheet here?
I believe it is on the sheet, and just looking at this sample, this top sill material, I'm sorry, the bottom sill and the top material here is the exterior. So that is actually the material for the garage door. And that is actually
Also
this,
composite.
it's yeah, exterior composite. It's 90% wood, but it's still a form of a composite, still alternate material. So, and then that's actually the same material for the railings. And there is actually an exhibit in the last meeting, as we did bring in the railings in exterior material and pass those around as well. Or at least had them up front.
Okay. Thank you.
Do any of our builders have any questions about these alternate materials that we're seeing here?
Pop that screen out. Is the dimension on the A series frame, is that similar to a dimension on the? Similar to an E. Yeah.
And I do want to mention, as he's popping the screen out, if you do find something that you feel is the wrong dimension that you want to make sure we know about, whether it's here or through staff, let us know. Anderson has been clear that we can kind of customize just about any dimension of it. I don't believe they even gave Dom any limitations there, to
No,
be honest.
they're pretty eager about getting approval on it for their A series. So they're excited and supportive and glad to provide whatever we need.
So this window assembly here, you know, the edge of the frame in this instance actually sticks out a little bit from the face of the casing. Is that a result of just how y'all were mocking this up? Is this the true condition that we're going to see when this is all installed? I mean, usually you'll see, you know, the obviously on a wood window, which I know is different than a clad or some other products, vinyl. On a wood window, the casing will overlap the frame and you'll have the window frame inset to
Like
the
a reverse of like kind of what, yeah.
Yeah, so talk to me a little bit about how this is constructed and if this is how it's actually going to be built.
Yeah, so for the sake of kind of bulk and heft, I didn't put sheathing on here, but I really don't even think that eats up anything because the nail fin on the window goes on top of the sheathing. And so even though you're not seeing a sheet of zip wall here, like it dimensionally and the way things are layered, it would be the same. So because I don't know enough about the A series product to speak to it from a technical standpoint of the depth of what you're seeing here on this clad frame, my response would be I believe that, you know, because this is a 5/4 piece of material right up against their window frame that's clad, I have no reason to think that this wouldn't be the same field application. And then whether or not they can get this in a less deep, you know, jam so that that extrusion isn't sticking out proud of that 5/4 piece of trim, I'm certainly glad to ask. I just don't know.
Yes, can you speak when we have these clad in other windows? I mean, is having this condition here where the window frame and jamb actually stick out from the casing, is that a typical detail? Because it seems uncommon to what we normally see.
Yeah, I'm also wondering if part of it is that we usually have the trim proud of the siding, and in this case, it looks like it's butting up to the siding because we usually pack out the back of the trim. And so in that case, wouldn't the trim kind of like conceal what you're,
Yeah, like the flip of this would be true, right? Like this would be proud of the window. Right. Well, I mean, this material is available in 8/4. It's available. I mean, I can either pad out a 5/4 board or I can get an 8/4 board that does stick out proud, even in the event that Anderson doesn't offer a more shallow jam, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just my only concern is this relationship here between these two. You're not getting the shadow lines. Like, I mean, this is getting way into the details, but I mean, these are important things. Our windows we love and care about. So, you know, you're not seeing the same relationships and same details that you're seeing when you have like a historic window, which is what we're always trying to replicate with these alternate, or what we're trying to strive for with these
Totally.
alternative materials. So,
Yeah. Is there
If
a depth that's approved? Is there like,
no, it's just, I mean, there needs to be some sort of reveal there. I mean, I would say it doesn't need to be an 1/8 inch is too little, but you know, it needs to
Right.
be substantial. So to
Sure.
produce those shadow lines, I mean, all of this stuff kind of goes into the whole assembly of a window. You know, much like down here, how we have the thicker bottom rail of the lower sash. I mean, that looks pretty good. I mean, that's usually what we're looking for on a historically looking double hung window. So those details are good.
yeah, I feel like if I went to an 8/4 piece of trim, it's just thicker and it will stick out past the window. And if that means that I need to pad out the siding with furring strips in order to maintain that reveal, because then that's fine too. But
Yeah, I don't think so, as long as these guys are sticking out proud.
got it.
And John, I'm curious, do you have any particular knowledge on if we could get the A-series window where it's recessed and kind of inset into the trim around it?
I've turned this out.
John might still be on mute. I don't know if that's your control or his.
Yeah, I'm off mute now. I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. We'll have to go back to Anderson and see what they can do.
Okay. And I may just have to defer to that. Anderson's been committed to saying they can really customize any part of this. And I don't expect that would be a challenge we can't overcome, whether that is, like Dom said, that we have to pad out the trim, or preferably if we can just order the window differently.
But if we can go with thicker trim, there's no additional process involved. It's just order 8/4 instead of 5/4. Just then nail that up instead.
And so who's the exterior expert here? Is this John or?
I wouldn't say that either. I'm certainly not an expert, and it's not a common. There are 2 of the 3 of these products are not terribly common in our market.
So looking at the German, Dutch, etc. lap, you know, that looks, I mean, painted, it looks like wood. You know, I'll give it to you. Now looking at the face of like the casing, it almost looks like particle board, to be honest. So I don't know if that's
Casing is James Hardy smooth,
okay.
5/4 by 4.
And for the trim, that'd be what's shown as our option 2 on that spreadsheet.
And this piece is the
This is one of the exterior pieces.
exterior. Okay.
Yes.
And so is this.
So the horizontal pieces, or
Yep.
you know, these guys are.
Yeah, but True Exteriors, the siding company, makes all of the, complementary trims in all the dimensions that Hardy makes it in. So that's the desire, is to use that product instead of hardy, if possible.
Have we approved, and I guess on new construction, we have approved hardy trim.
No, I know you haven't. I think that's why we were asked to bring that
I
sample.
don't think we have. We've only done the, typically, we've done the hardy siding and then everything else is wood.
Mhm.
The other trim is wood.
And to be honest, again, this goes back to really that siding that does look like wood when it's painted. That's the same material we want to use for the trim. But we wanted to do the mock-up with the hardy just so you saw that option, so you got a chance to review it. I believe somebody requested that in the past.
Yeah, and I guess we kind of see it here. I mean, we can kind of tell how that looks. Okay. All right. Thank you. It really does. I will say for the other commissioners, it does help to see this window mock up close. You know, I have some concerns myself just about how it's constructed. I don't know if the applicant could look into that a little more.
Are you referring more to the detailing?
Yeah, yeah, to the reveals and that sort of stuff. I think, Candace, a few things. Is this a decision date?
The decision isn't due until November 4th.
Okay. And when we do deal with like clad composite material windows, is there a standard that we typically ask for like the reveal between the frame and the casing?
That is a good question. If we do it, I don't know it off the top of my head.
Okay. Try to look here.
And I do want to mention that it's really important for us to try to get a decision on everything today. I'm trying to come to the table with everything there for a number of reasons. And it's been a long process and still haven't been able to break ground yet. Once we can get this decision, we can finish some of the energy modeling, finish the permit and be done to get started. So
we understand that. I mean, and I understand your frustration, but also you're coming to us with each meeting with a whole list of things that we normally don't approve. So it makes the process take longer. So that's the reason for that. And we're not trying to penalize, or we're not penalizing you. It's just the nature of you know, this type of project. So you're coming to us with fantastic products. It's just, you know, this isn't normally what we see. So just keep that in mind. We're not trying to make the process hard for you.
yeah, I would say things on the reveal though, if there's a way you can specify what you want, I mean, we can definitely find a way to get it done and whether or not that means we need to show a sample to staff or something. Hopefully the sample here is enough that we can get to that point.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Commissioner Bell, do you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question. So the solar panels, I see from a aerial view, like where they are. Is there any way that you can show like a different view just to see the visibility of it? Or is there a page that?
Yeah, I think if we go to the plans, and actually I believe the plans from the last meeting would show it well. On mine, it would be page 28. It shows the previous and revised, and 29, kind of the four corners in 3D. And to be honest, what that shows is that these are really in the less visible areas. Those low slope roofs barely show up, if show up at all.
So on page 28, Candace, can you go to page 28? So so it's still in the, like, that's still an aerial view,
It would be page 28 of the plans. Do you have the plans
Oh, of the
within the supplemental PDF? Maybe the page 28 reference doesn't work well. I could show you what page I'm on if you could help find it in the plan.
This is page 63.
So it's inside, like, on top of the dormers? Okay.
Yeah, it's only on the low slope shed dormers, which other than one backside of the building, they're all kind of interior setback into the building and hidden behind the outer roofs. And then there's the two small dormers on the backside that would also have the low sloping shed dormer with solar panels.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have any questions for this applicant?
Yeah, so,
Yep.
sorry. So I'm looking at slide 27 as, just as an example, your contact 601 North Poplar. Looks like it actually has a drip cap header piece for the window and not a piece of 5/4. And then, hard to tell, but that sill nosing is actually sill nosing, I think, and it could be historically thick, like historical sill nosing is. Looks like it's flush with the legs, but it's hard to tell. I'm looking at the blue house.
And essentially, are you talking about the top trim that's horizontal across the
Yeah.
top? Okay.
So I don't know if the fly ash comes in a drip cap, but,
So Candace, if that last one was page 63, it looks like about 7 page, let me see, a little bit more than that. About 10 pages up from that, so near 53 are the some window details. No, hang on. There should be an updated detail that shows that, but essentially, and that was commented on, might have been in May, and I believe we've uploaded
yeah.
the plan since then. And we have a revised detail on that sheet that shows essentially there's, let me see if I can pull it up. I think it's a 1x3 exterior, somewhat similar to what you'll see here, but then also the quarter circle detail below it. And then there's also a routed 90-degree edge and line at the bottom of that exterior material.
And for the dormers on that, was it third, fourth floor? That roof, dormers on the roof, you're bringing the top part of the shed up to the ridge. Is that a vented attic space? Like, are you going to have a ridge vent, or is everything sealed at the roof plane and closed up?
I believe everything's, where my mic was on. All right. I believe everything is non-vented. It's mostly interior ceilings going up near the ridge.
Okay.
And then Candace, to answer Commissioner Brett's questions, there is a A502 that was submitted in June. I don't know if you have a copy of the plans after the May meeting, and that answers some of the detailing window references that should help.
I guess it's to Commissioner Barr's comments that this isn't exactly what is called, I mean, it's material, but the detailing is different than what's called out on the plan.
Yeah, and so far I've only seen the plan like you had at page 52, Candace. That was, I believe, from the May meeting, but I haven't seen the one we sent in for the June meeting, if you have that one. Well, 53, but.
I don't seem to be able to locate it at this time. I can keep looking.
Is this the window details? Yeah. I mean, I think they've expressed this is mostly for material, but I think we just need to lean on the details that were previously approved and state that the window mock-up is not a representation of how the trim is supposed to be detailed out.
Yeah, okay.
Your motion, maybe.
Some of the, just looking at some of the elevations, the window trim does not appear to be just square cut. And like the cap, it looks like it has a return on it.
Molded.
So it would be almost a molded edge. I don't know how this material would look in a molded edge. But I'm on, let's see, page is that? It's 41. I'm just looking at the D window, just zooming in. If you look at the cap piece, you'll see it has, it returns.
Like a bullnose.
Yep.
Or OG.
Well, I think it looks like it's probably an OG.
Yeah.
And I think that for this material, I'm trying to imagine it molded. You know, I don't know if they sell it molded edge or if you'd have to do that on site. And how would that look?
Well, if it's 90% wood, might be able to be routed, milled down. But
I'm a little confused on what area you're talking about. Is it the trim itself?
Yeah, it's just what's indicated on this elevation. Candace, if you zoom in on the D window on page 41.
Or even the E window.
Not that one. It's another D window. Let's see. Well.
Yeah, that's similar. It's got like a headpiece. What you got? Let's see. You go to
You talking about the outside band?
the head. There's a headpiece. If you go to, where is it?
Yeah, now I've lost.
That's why we
Let's
need
see.
Yeah, and I apologize. As far as the window trim questions, I'm struggling without the latest plans being able to be shown to you. I don't know if there's a way Candace can find those. But I have the detail right in front of me that kind of shows that. And as far as you mentioned of the, if I heard you right, the exterior material, the top railing piece we had curves and was kind of a molded, more ornate railing than we even have in many applications on this project. But that's been shown how it looks if there are curves and anything like that.
I mean, I think it's a great detail. I just don't know how it would look with that material. That's my.
Candace, if you go to slide 53, actually.
Okay.
This is sheet A502, I believe. I mean, it's a far more elaborate trim detail than is shown in the elevations.
Yeah,
And
and
I
that's
think
the old plan, so that's
Okay.
where I'm struggling. I don't know why, there was a whole detail 6 added to address the comment of the top trim. So I don't know if that was just lost in processing or what, but I know we've uploaded it.
Ryan, I don't see it. I mean, this was what was this presentation here, like page 8 through page 15 was what was uploaded for the June meeting. Was it part of this packet?
There were 2 PDFs uploaded. One was that supplemental PDF that you just mentioned, and then the other was the plan set.
Okay.
I don't know if you're allowed to open up the file from Excel that we uploaded.
I don't know if I have access to that in this room.
I think it's a bit of a moot point. I mean, the trim details need to reflect what's on the construction drawings. And if it can be done in this material, fine. And I guess what we want to avoid is an after the fact, you guys get done and say, hey, we're done. And then we have different details than what's shown on the drawings. And
I guess for me, I already don't think that trim material
can do that.
Would that I would be willing to approve it as it is, much less with the molded edge, unless I have a chance to see it.
Yeah, I can confirm that they don't offer it in a molded edge. It's 5/4 1 by, it's traditional square edge stuff, but that's why we're saying
So
the
unless
the revised plans do include square edge material.
If it's going to be built per plans, then for me, I would need to see that for this material to be approved.
And keep in mind, we're talking about multiple different materials. So the what Don just mentioned, the hardy trim board that was shown here based on your request, and different looking material, but otherwise somewhat similar for this topic, the true exterior, those are flat board pieces. The exterior composite material is one that can actually be curved. I don't know if molded is the exact right word, but that's where we've brought the curve samples of the brackets and the top of the railings in the past May meeting as well.
Okay. Any additional questions? Questions from?
I guess I'm confused. So then the material that you brought in the past that is molded, is that different than this?
Same type of material.
It'd be the same as the thicker horizontal boards at the top and the bottom of this mock-up that are projecting outwards towards you. So those are the exterior material, and that material can be routed, curved. You can work with it just like you can with wood, really.
So that is this material or not?
That is the
Okay.
horizontal pieces that project out. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the challenge with the discrepancy in question is that we're not, somehow you guys don't have the updated set of drawings that were uploaded to Excel in front of you that do show that it's square flat stock on the revised drawings. I think that's the challenge.
Mm-mm.
Just for context for the commission, staff is looking at Acela to see if the updated plans that the applicant is referring to were indeed uploaded and might have been missed in translation and putting that together. If the plans were uploaded and for whatever reason didn't make it onto this, then in for the benefit of the applicant, we would ask that staff pull them up. But if they were not timely submitted, then they would need to be submitted at a later time.
Candace, while y'all look for those and see if they were uploaded, can we shift into our deliberations if other questions are out there just to keep things moving and reopen if when we determine whether those were in
Yes,
Excel?
We
Okay.
can do that.
All right.
I also had one question if no one else did. But I had one concern after, nearly the 2.5 year process. In the last meeting, the one thing we had a chance to speak about a little bit, wasn't in our presentation, was the carriage strip layout. And then that's one that we actually thought we already had staff approval on, and we heard and found out that it was denied and that we can't even present information on it. I think it's extremely unfair to us that you can add an item and deny it before giving us a chance to really think about it. So I would just ask, is there any chance you can make a motion to temporarily cancel that denial? I've got a printed exhibit, if I'm allowed to share that, present it 5 minutes, and you can decide whether to approve or deny it at that point.
I'll look to our attorneys, but I would venture to guess no. Correct?
I'll give you a long answer just to sort of explain. To the extent that the commission clearly in your motion denied an aspect of the application, it would be denied at this point. The commission has the opportunity to make a motion to basically take back something that you've previously approved, or to amend a previously made decision. Those are generally few and far in between and are usually reserved for when there is more often than not unanimous consensus that the previous action was erroneous in some way and needs to be taken back. And so I would look towards staff to provide you guys with any additional information that you need, because if this aspect of the application was denied, staff will be able to provide you with more context about that.
And I would just mention, we did hear some incorrect and misinformation in the deliberation, and I thought we were going to be able to speak about it again today, but I guess we couldn't. And then with that, there's some information we haven't been able to present, and it is also a topic where I don't believe it actually violates the standard that was referenced. So just consider that if we can speak about it briefly and move on or not.
In relation to which aspect of the project?
Carriage strips.
I will say we can't accept any sort of presentation material at this time, but you can talk about it. I mean, I see here you have on slide 11, the previous and revised would look to be. What does that say? Concrete carriage strips and brick field. But I mean, go ahead, make your comments about carriage strips. I'll just say we can't, if you're trying to present a different design that's shown here on the presentation documents, we cannot accept that.
So just again, as a reminder to the commission, if the item the applicant chooses to speak about is something that has been clearly denied, the commission would not be able to reopen and listen on and hear on that matter unless you passed a motion to rescind a previously adopted action that would in effect sort of take that action back. So to the extent that the applicant wants to present on something that has been denied, clearly denied, it's not been the practice of this commission to hear on those cases unless a new application is before you.
So help me if you can, the denial was for the design of the carriage strips to go to each garage door, correct? And in this presentation, they have a revised driveway layout showing individual carriage strips going back just for the driveway. We can talk about that because it's a different design. We're not talking about the previous design. Am I misunderstanding?
I would defer to Candace on the specifics of the particular request. I just, again, wanted to clarify that to the extent that something has been clearly denied, it wouldn't be open for reconsideration unless you took back your previously adopted action. Now, I think you're talking about maybe a different design, but if that is the case, I would defer to Candace because she would be, as a subject matter expert, would be better placed to tell if this is different in nature or if it's just basically trying to retroactively reopen a decision that you've already made.
Yeah, Candace, I recall this conversation that we had in one of the previous meetings. How we talked about a previous design that they had where there were multiple turning radius and things going into the garage. I believe that's the concept that we denied because it wasn't in keeping of the spirit of how we deal with driveways and these carriage strips and that sort of thing. Obviously in slide, was it 11? They have a revised layout that my opinion is more in keeping with our guidelines. And obviously the applicants are saying that they have yet another version of this. Am I correct? Or are you trying to revisit? I think what the attorney is saying is we can't revisit what we already denied. And I think as a commission, we would prefer not to revisit that because we already denied it, because it's not in keeping with what we typically allow for that specific design element. If you want to talk about what's presented here, I think that would be acceptable.
Yeah, and it's more of, from my standpoint, just that we never really got a chance to present or give the right information, and I heard misinformation in the deliberation. So I am trying to revisit it briefly just to get the right information out there.
Okay, so on page 11, there is the carriage strips as seen that goes straight back. Those are in keeping with our guidelines. That is what was originally approved with the original new construction.
Gotcha.
Okay. At the May 8th meeting, the commission saw, I'm trying to get there, 1 second, saw carriage tracks that were denied by the commission. Now, it's my understanding, Ryan, the applicant can talk to this, but it's my understanding that without any discussion from the applicant, the commission denied the carriage tracks because they are seen here and the commission did not like that design of the carriage tracks, so they were denied. I think that perhaps the applicant wants to be able to talk about this design, but you have denied this design.
So we deliberated about and denied these carriage strips without them presenting it in their.
It was presented.
Yeah, we
It's
definitely discussed
presented in the presentation.
Yeah, it was something in the May meeting. You asked if you were allowed to present it because it wasn't part of our presentation. It was in the plan set just because we had worked that out with.
So it was
up to that point.
So here's what the confusion is. This presentation was presented to the commission. It was posted online for the public. The commission saw it, the public saw it. Whether the applicant said, this is carriage tracks I want or don't want.
It was there.
It was
presented
there
to us,
for
yeah.
us to see.
Yep.
You visually saw it, whether or not it was discussed. You visually did not like it and you denied it. So I'm not sure if I'm not sure the information was presented, whether or not it was verbally spoken.
We definitely discussed it. I distinctly remember.
I think that maybe the applicant didn't discuss it. I think you had deliberation about it and didn't like it
No, I
and
think we
denied it.
specifically asked in this open,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think it was a specific question because, and I think it even was Commissioner Barth, because we were like, wait, what are those? And explain what those are. And there was a response to that question. That's what I recall. Yeah.
There was a small amount of discussion, as I mentioned originally, and I'm not trying to create a snowball of conversations here. I was just trying to ask if you're willing to make a motion to let me talk about it a few minutes or not. And trying to leave it at that.
I don't think this would be something that, no matter what you have to say, no offense. I don't think that this concept is something that, to our opinion, as it's apparent, because we made this a denial, that we view as something that complies with our standards or something that we would approve. So at this point in time, I would say our position would be to not revisit this specific design element and just move forward with what was approved.
Okay.
If,
And I understand
if
that,
that seems acceptable.
Just to be clear, my statement isn't that I don't understand that. It's more of just, I've heard misinformation even in that deliberation that that decision was made, and I'm not allowed to speak about it. So that's why I was asking.
So just to be clear, back to slide 14, that shows the traditional carriage strips that we do typically approve. That is approved.
Or 14 too, yeah.
It's
mean,
in keeping with the standards. That's what we revised based on your comment, but it didn't have anything to do with the conversation that was denied before we presented, if that makes sense.
Right, but you can do the carriage strips like as shown right now.
And Candace, are you saying this was approved in the original application?
Carriage strips.
Just like
strips
this?
were-
So
were approved.
from the original application, this is what he can do.
Yes,
And then he changed it and we said no.
yes.
And so he can go back to what was already approved,
Yeah.
No,
which is
the
this.
latest. The original was actually the curved ones that we worked out with staff. There was an early original that didn't really match either of these.
I can go further down to the original carriage strips, but I guess my question is Ryan, are you trying to get the curvy strips approved?
I'm trying to be able to speak on them. For just a few minutes, sorry. This is take a long time to get there. Or not.
I mean, it seems like the commission is not open to wanting those strips. So are you able to do a carriage strip similar to what's on page 14 that we're seeing right now?
If I had understood in the May meeting that I wouldn't be allowed to talk about it, I would have spoken up about it then. I mean, it's a possibility as we're trying to meet the requirements, but that's not what we want for a lot of reasons.
In an effort to keep this thing moving along and to get you guys what you want, which is ultimately to build this project, I would say I would table it. And if you want to, Candace, present a design change later down the road, that is something that would probably come back to us if they presented it to you mid-construction or even before construction. That would be a possibility.
Yes.
I would say let's just table the carriage strips for now.
I mean, Ryan, you do not need this item like resolved in order to pull a permit for new construction. It's just a carriage
Just
strip.
pull it permitted, just be
Right.
when
So-
we get into actually building the driveway.
Okay.
All right. I think we can move on from the carriage trips. Is there anything else that you all have to discuss, or any commissioners?
Nothing from our end. Appreciate the time.
Okay.
And yeah, if you open it up or have questions that we can answer quickly, happy to.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, with that, we will go ahead and close. I think the best thing to do here, and I appreciate the applicant doing this spreadsheet, is just go line by line and talk about what we feel comfortable with, what we don't. We've seen all the different proposed materials, some of the design choices that are being made here. Let's just start from the top. Roof ridges. I don't have any issue with that. There's no ridge cap. It's barely seen. How do we feel about that, guys and gals? Check. Same thing with the solar panels. Everybody else?
Yeah.
Good? Okay. All right, the stone water feature. They've shown us a couple in the community. Are we good with that one? All in favor say aye. The minor water feature, same thing. I don't know if the guidelines have a limit on the number of water features, so I would say we're probably okay there. There's a note that the landscaping was updated. I would imagine we don't have any issues there. I think we have the same number of mature trees, correct? Screening locations look the same. The configurations may have changed. Does anybody recognize anything here that stands out? The landscape plan.
I think it looks good.
Okay. So that's good. Planning strips, paved to foundation. I am okay with paving to foundation for new construction. Our guidelines say it. I am a little concerned about water runoff. Curious what the other members of the commission think.
Where is that? I was looking for that. Where is that in
So there are paths all around.
our?
Oh. Let's see. I think it's 8, section 8. Or maybe under foundations for existing historic structures, which we don't have here.
The applicant also mentioned an option to do trench drains.
Some, occasions of permeable drains, granular, stone strips, things like that, which, I would be in favor of. I think all of that helps. Let's see.
So just from my understanding, you're okay with it for new construction versus historical?
Yes.
Because why?
Yes, if this standard exists, where we have a bungalow in Dilworth or all of our districts, whatever, and somebody wants to put a driveway in, and it's a narrow lot, and they put the driveway right up against the foundation of a house, a historic house, and that can present certain issues of damaging the foundation, not letting, having water come in and do different things, applying undue pressure to, footings that are not very stable or robust enough. So anyway, being new construction, I think we're.
8.2, number 8.
So new construction is built.
It's guidelines for private sites under 8. So chapter 8.
8.2, number 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I feel comfortable with is I feel comfortable with going up to the foundation, but including all their provisions for drainage. Changing the method of application, like permeable versus impermeable pavers, as well as the gravel or stone strips. I mean, all of that stuff helps water runoff, which is my main concern for this one point. The only caveat to that is, where we do transition from permeable to impermeable, say brick pavers, is there a difference in aesthetic? Like, do we go from a grout joint to butt jointed pavers? Does it look funny?
It's on the side. I mean,
And back.
it's back
Yeah.
and beyond the fence and the gate.
Yeah. So do we feel comfortable with that? Good. I got the thumbs up from Commissioner Taylor, so we're good. Okay. All right, so we're good with all that. Fantastic. Moving on. Window structure, A series. How do we feel about this FiberX, Anderson?
Okay with it, the material.
Yeah.
It's good quality.
The window is fine. I'm concerned, as we mentioned,
Well,
with the construction and the detailing and the reveals and all that. I think I would like to see.
It is not typical to have that projecting beyond the casing, and I think it should have at least a 1/4 inch reveal there. And I think they could achieve that, no problem, with that product, with that particular window.
By making the casing thicker.
Or padding it out, whichever.
Yeah.
So would you be approving this window for this project or for all projects going forward? Because that's a different. Because you have to approve the installation method. Before, but I don't have a problem with that. I think that works. I'm just gonna move on, and nobody will ever know the difference. But the next person.
Done right.
So in my mind, it's Anderson can come back and say, oh yeah, the A series with this size jam or something, in future projects, if they come out with that, then we can say in this particular one, yeah, this works, but this is the way you gotta do it. You got a 1/4 inch reveal here, and how you get there. Got, project or something like that. I would be concerned, just that 5 million, I'd screw it up.
Then you're coming in for after the fact.
Yeah.
Because it's not right.
Legs.
Candace, can you help us with the windows, please? We've approved clad exterior on new construction before we have this new FiberX product. I mean, for a double hung application, it has the, lower sash thing. I mean, I think we have some questions about how to trim it out to make it look accurate. I mean, what else should we be looking at here? I mean, the overall construction of the window there, I will say there's a lot to the frame. There's a lot of pieces to the frame, which isn't desirable in my mind, from a window product in a historic district. It looks like a replacement window almost.
Yeah, typically we, even in a clad window, we see especially along the sides, like a thicker sash. Like the sash of it, you're gonna see a more reveal in that, that we're not seeing necessarily here. Yeah, I would say those are like the biggest concerns. Because I mean, the framing of the sash is like an important feature in historic wood windows, and seeing all of that. Typically, that's why we don't approve like a lifestyle or a contemporary window, because of the sash being so thin. Um,
Well, they have option 2 in here. Having the E-series on front elevations, I guess that would be the,
I'm not sure how the
Poplar
E and the A are different.
And members of the commission, I believe staff was still working on finding the additional materials that the applicant had submitted for, I believe was the June meeting as it relates to windows. They've informed me that they were able to find the submittal that was timely sent in Acela, but for whatever reason, maybe got lost in translation when putting together this particular presentation. So in deference to the applicant, I've advised staff, and I would advise the commission to allow staff to open that particular information and for the commission to reopen that part of the application such that the applicant can present on those updated plans.
I would like to open it briefly for a question if I can. So we will reopen. On your option 2 for the windows, you say aluminum clad Fibrex Anderson E-series. Is that an aluminum clad exterior or is that a Fibrex exterior?
Turn the mic on. That's a aluminum clad exterior. That was actually the sample we brought in the May meeting, was the E-series.
Gotcha.
So the A-series is preferred, and that's specifically, I know the one where they said they could make modifications. I did want to understand so I could communicate back to them properly. If you're talking about the sash too thick, or I'm sorry, not thick enough, in what way is it the concern? Is it that you want to widen some of these pieces, or is it the material itself, or is it something else? So that would help me.
The sash frame, the frame of the sash usually is
You're talking
thicker.
about rails and stiles?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Stiles here and rail here.
Mhm.
You're talking about the width
And
of
make
them?
them wider.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The face of those usually
Yeah.
is wider.
Yeah, and again, this is a show model. They commonly make customizations to that, and so that's expected that they would go through this and essentially come up with a Charlotte Historic District standard in their office.
Ask the question, what is the jam width of the frame compared to a window that we would typically that we don't have to approve, that's been approved? And the reason I ask is just, it may be that window that it's a 2.0 by 2.5 or whatever it is, that it's such a small window that it may look like there's a lot of meat to it.
Yeah, the actual windows on the building would be much larger than the
Yeah,
mock-up,
so-
so.
I've pulled up their spec and I just don't see, they call it the jam. I don't know.
I don't know if we're able to see what you're seeing somehow.
It's just a cut of that. I'm just looking for the what is, damn it. Since we're digging on windows, this, like from here, it looks bigger back there, but that look, and it could be because of the portion of the window, but that looks beefier than a normal window.
So the question is almost like, is this the width of this window jamb when viewed straight on? Is it the same width on this window as it is going to be on one of the windows that are spec'd for the house, right?
Yeah, and
Like,
is that
you know, a
different
window
than
this
what
tall,
we would-
this looks a lot skinnier.
Than a pre-approved window? And I don't, you know.
And if I'm understanding the two comments right, it sounds like we need to make the sash and kind of the outer piece of that thicker, but then there's still a concern about the overall jam being too wide. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I'm just curious, is that dimension there the same or similar dimension to what a pre-approved window would be that we would have pre-approved? So,
I'm looking at, I've got sightline wood window right next to this Anderson A series. They have the same amount of shadow lines. The shadow lines on the Anderson are deeper, they're heavier. And the overall width of the sash and the frame is heavier on this than on the sightline. Not much, though. It's pretty similar.
Commissioner Whitlock, would you be able to point staff to where what page you have
I've got
open, just
two
so that they can
websites
open?
Open side by side. I can, can I send them to?
You can also send the link to staff for them to open it here.
Okay. I'll send,
And that, well, it's up to you, but that may be a good way if there's a wood window sample you want us to match some of the details of, and then also have us confirm that with staff. You know, like we've mentioned before, Anderson is definitely committed to making these changes, and that this all sounds like topics we've talked about. We've talked about the sash. I don't know if we specifically talked about the jam. Do you remember, Don? But we didn't necessarily get into every detail, but I know they've said they can modify a lot more than just a sash as well. So I don't expect that would be a challenge. And maybe it's better to detail out what the specific concerns are, that we have a, minimum of an inch here, that sort of thing. But if there's a example that does that we can refer to and then confirm with staff if that's right, that may make the process easier, but up to you guys.
And also, just for the commission's information, I believe staff was able to open the specifications about the window that they had submitted for June, if you would like to look at that as well.
So on that sheet right there, kind of in the top middle, that 6 window trim detail, that's a cross section that was addressing a comment I believe we had, at least in deliberation in the May meeting, of that top trim not matching the context photo. So now this is detailed out to better match the context photos. And otherwise, the trim details have been updated to match the 3D Revit model plans.
All right, I think we can, we're gonna go ahead and reclose. I don't feel comfortable approving the Fibrex on primary elevation. Actually on side and rears as well in the districts. I would be open to, based on the information we're getting from what Commissioner Whitlock has researched, going for a clad product on those windows. So that being said, Geldwin or Anderson sightline, aluminum clad would be fine with me. Does this sound accurate? Okay, so it's essentially the next to window structure, A series and A series, Geldwin, we're still at Geldwin sightline clad wood windows or Anderson E series. Have y'all approved Anderson?
We have not approved any Anderson windows.
Okay.
Geldwin, we see a lot of Pacific, Sierra Pacific, and then we see a lot of, and Pella, we see a lot of.
Mm-hmm. So for the reason that, I don't want to set a precedent. We don't know how this gets detailed out. We aren't familiar with this product. It sounds like the dimensions are slightly different. I think we're going to stay with category 1 with the windows for now.
To clarify, do you mean, you're not saying option 1? You're saying
HTC approved.
HTC approved. Making sure.
Main porch flooring, all brick. Let's see. That's denied. So it looks like I'm good with either one. HTC approved or option 2. I think we've seen adequate precedent from the applicant to show that it does exist in the community. Are we good? Okay. Easy enough. Front step inset and bracket change. I'm fine. I mean, that's such a minor change. I think that's fine. The corbel is still in keeping with the style of the house, and it's so minimally visible, the change that actually occurred. Composite trim. So I imagine this is on the windows. I don't see the option for the hardy trim details. So what's this composite trim?
Commissioner, I'm fine with the fly ash true exterior.
Make that
Paints up there.
2. I'm agree. If those of you who haven't seen it, walked up there, you might want to.
It is helpful, yes.
Totally trust.
I don't know what to do.
You, yeah. 3 of you that went and looked at it you all look at this all day long.
So I think we're good with that because it is new construction.
Can you repeat your?
So for the composite trim product, I think we're not okay with using the hardy material as a trim product. We are okay with the true exterior cementitious as long as it stands proud.
But that's just for the siding.
That's just for the what?
Just for the siding.
Siding.
Yeah.
Yeah, like corner boards.
I'm okay with it, with siding and any flat stock. So it looks like the window, window trim package. So I'm okay with it with the flat, whatever it's called, true exterior, with any flat stock or the siding. Whether it's corner boards or window legs.
Okay. I think we have Commissioner Whitlock on board. How about you, Commissioner Sullivan, Lineberger, Bell? Okay.
Commissioner Barth, would you be able to clarify what on the spreadsheet, the pieces that you were just discussing?
Yes, so we're on composite trim. I'm not sure exactly what that's referring to because later down the way we have other trim pieces.
Okay.
Hopefully
And
maybe we
the
could open up to get a clarification on that.
It would be preferable, especially because there was some additional materials that some commissioners were looking at that were not put up here and were not made and have not been made available for the record. So if we could get to that page or whatever it is that Commissioner Whitlock was looking at, so that the applicant has a chance to take a look at it and respond, as well as preserving the record for what the commission is looking at to make its decision. Just as a quick reminder, you have to make your decision based on the evidence that's presented on the record to everybody. So looking at materials on your computer, if you're looking at something individually, just make sure that staff is able to put it up so that everybody can see it. And then the second point that I just want to make a reminder of is all of your decisions, approval, continuances, denials, have to be based on your standards.
So are we back on the windows?
Yeah.
Yes, so I pulled up the Jeld-Wen sightline and then the Anderson window. Was it the A series that you were looking at?
Yes.
And double hung? Yep.
Looks like the sample.
That was the one I was looking at. I had a side by side with that sight line and you can kind of get a good, if you can get that. And
Problem is there's no dimensions to
no, but you can tell that there's a difference in size. I know it's.
Not sure how to make this window bigger, sorry.
Candace, surely folks have proposed Anderson before. Why have we not approved Anderson clad, for example?
That no one's ever brought it in a sample trimmed out. Yeah.
I would be fine getting behind the Anderson A series as long as it's in a clad. I think once we start to get into the Fibrex material, it's just a slippery slope. There's no telling what could happen down the line. I guess that's the question. Does, I'm not as familiar with the Anderson product. Does it come in a clad for the A series?
Commissioner Barth, you may want to open it up for the applicants. Any comments?
We will open up for specific question. The Anderson A series, does it come in a clad, and would you be open to doing the clad product of it?
The A series itself is the Fibrex. The E series is the clad. So there is, you can't really mix and match those two.
Gotcha.
And if I'm understanding most of the concerns or all that I've really heard and digested are being about dimensions. Those are the dimensions that we can literally customize, and Anderson can save essentially a Charlotte Historic District standard requirement dimensions in their office and continue it. So I know there was a concern about future projects. I don't see that being an issue. And I'm kind of coming at this from the perspective of, I don't see those dimension requirements in the standard. I'm told from the manufacturer, everything is customizable. I don't see any concerns with finding a way to have it recessed, have that reveal. I don't see any concerns with altering the width of the sash or the jamb. So with that said, just know that it is customizable. If it's not about the material itself, that's a concern, and it's about the dimensions. That's literally what we've been told we can do.
Okay, so your response is the A series does not come in a clad, the E series does. And in looking at the specifications, it appears that we have historically accurate sash dimensions, or they're of similar caliber to the Jeld-Wen sightline. Commissioner Whitlock. Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll reclose. So back to the windows. Jeld-Wen sightline, clad wood windows. Now we don't have an E series windows here, E series window here mocked up. We have the A series in Fibrex. We've never approved an A series Anderson, E series Anderson. So as it stands, we're back where we started. With windows, we're sitting with Jeld-Wen sightline approved, clad wood windows. I don't believe we're approving or saying we're okay with the A series. We might be okay with the E series, but we'd have to see them come back. And I would suggest, much like the driveway strips, that they come back at another time.
So if Fibrex, are we okay with that material? Not dimensions, but the material.
I'm not.
You're not.
I mean, we don't. I mean, we sometimes will approve a fiberglass door, like on side, non-seen elevations. This is the entire building, or even, just it's a lot of windows.
So I guess, long story short, if they go back to Anderson, or the next person goes back to Anderson and they say, make this window dimension the exact same of a window dimension that's been approved and doesn't have to be approved in front of the commission. Everything's the exact same dimensions, identical. Is that, we're still not okay with it because it's Fibrex or whatever it's called. So if it's a sight line and it's Series A, and they're the exact same everything because Anderson is this magical manufacturer. We're still hung up on the fabrics.
It's before the commission because of the material.
Yeah.
In addition to the
I'm
dimensions.
just trying to
Well,
be clear for us and clear for them that,
so let's look to our standards. Construction of construct doors of wood or material clad fiberglass and metal doors may also be considered for side and rear doors on new construction on a case by case basis. Use windows with true divided light, blah, blah, blah.
Commissioner Barth, just for the commission's awareness, the applicant had his hand up.
Okay, we will reopen. Yes.
I mostly just want to point out the address is not fiberglass.
Can the applicant turn on their microphone?
Sorry, I didn't see the red light. I mostly want to confirm the A-Series Fibrex is not fiberglass. It's technically a composite. It's 60% wood. As it presents here, to me, it looks a lot more like, well, I thought it looked a lot more like clad, but this is also the first day I'm seeing the sample myself, to be honest. But it just don't confuse it with fiberglass, please.
Okay, noted. Thank you so much. I think, you know, a lot of us haven't used this product, so our knowledge on it, some of us haven't used any of these products. But those in the industry haven't used this product. I personally haven't. Maybe Commissioner Taylor has, or Whitlock. But it's we have to be very delicate with this because if we approve it here, everyone can do it. And if it doesn't go well, then we're down a rabbit hole, you know, and you know, we say this all the time, it's precedent setting and we don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So we have to be really careful with what we're approving here.
Yeah, I get why you're
And-
spending a lot of time on it.
Yeah, so that's why we're spending so much time on it. And you know,
Now, this would be painted as well. And, you know, the sample they gave us was the black paint, but ours would probably be the white or off-white to match the trim. So I guess just want to point that out too.
so I think we ought to make it clear. I mean, what?
I'm sorry.
So I think we need to reclose and pick the two option or the option that's on the table or not on the table and move on.
The other thing I forgot to mention, so the E-Series sample was one that we've brought in the past. So I heard somebody say that you haven't seen it mocked up. I think in the last meeting, if I heard that right, if it's a wood or aluminum clad, it doesn't need to be fully mocked up. We just need to bring in the sample. So I don't know how that works if there's some new commissioners here that weren't here in the last meeting. If we need to review some of the exhibits from the May meeting. But I want to point that out, you know, that and kind of the curved exterior samples that we mentioned, all in the same category.
okay, thank you. Go ahead and close.
Does anyone recall seeing the E-Series? The details of that window sample?
That's what was here last time.
And
That was-
and we did not.
It wasn't like this. It was just a window, if I
It was
remember
just the
correctly.
window.
Yeah.
It was just the
Right,
window.
it wasn't
Yeah.
trimmed out and
Product.
everything, but did we approve that? I mean, we didn't ask for, I mean,
No, we
I don't
didn't.
remember the conversation about that window.
We
That
didn't.
could be staff approved. I mean, could kick that back and say, match the details if it's aluminum clad. Right?
Mhm.
Well, is it a full aluminum clad window or is it a Fibrex? And then it's Fibrex on the interior and aluminum clad on the exterior?
I would,
Um,
we care what the interior is?
Yeah.
No, but I don't want people to get confused with the fact that it's a Fibrex window and they think that they can approve, that we can approve that
So
in
we
general.
we allow aluminum clad or wood windows, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
wood or aluminum clad.
On the exterior.
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean,
Let me try to hone this in here. I don't know enough about the product to sit here and make a decision comfortably. Looking at this Fibrex product online, it's 40% wood fiber, like they're saying by weight, whatever the heck that means, and 60% thermoplastic. It's marketed as a vinyl replacement or a vinyl alternative. Granted, I'll give it to them. It looks much better than a vinyl product. But just not knowing about it, not wanting to be precedent setting, I think we just need to leave it at what we've approved in the past. That's the option to them. I mean, it's that we could go around in circles on this for days. And, none of us are experts in these window brands in the ever evolving industry. So I think that's how we just need to move on with it for now. If they want to bring an expert in here to rebut that statement, then that's fine. But I think that's where we need to leave that point at this stage.
Commissioner Barth, I would just mention that it has been my experience from what I've observed in the past that when you're dealing with new materials and you have a question about the composition of the material, you've allowed the applicants to come back with whatever specifications or questions, clear questions you have to the extent there are answers. So something for the commission to consider could be potentially continuing this particular aspect of the application to allow, if that is a question that the commission needs answer, to allow the applicant to come back and provide you with the answers that you require, if they can find them.
Okay, that sounds fine. Yeah. I mean, I just don't think, not knowing enough about this material, these window lines, they've brought the products in, but I think we just need a more in-depth, this being a foreign product to these districts, we need a more in-depth analysis about what they are before we're signing on for potentially future applications to be using it.
Of course, just providing a suggestion based on your past practices when you're dealing with these types of new materials.
Should I clarify? So could we word our motion in such a way that we are approving the Jeld-Wen sightline?
You technically already have. You already approved the Jeld-Wen
Right.
with the original
Right.
construction.
But that we could continue it for the applicant to restudy, and then could they then choose they could choose to say, I don't want to go back there, or we want to make this decision and we want to be done. So they would have that option if if our motion was constructed as a continuation.
That is correct.
Okay.
Since they already have an approval, they could certainly go with that. If you choose to continue for them to come back, they can do that, or they can withdraw at their pleasure before the next meeting.
All right, thank you.
Okay. I want to open it up for this one item specifically, and that is all. Under exterior materials, you say composite trim HTC approved wood. Option 1, flat, true exterior, cementitious, made to stand proud. What building construction element is that you're requesting specifically?
That's more of a overall category that kind of covers all the trim details below that are the flat panel pieces. So it'd go from everything from corner boards to cornices.
And is that what,
even the soffit?
is that what we're seeing up here for it's the same material as the siding product as well as the horizontal flat pieces? So how is that different?
No. The true exterior, not exterior, sorry. True exterior fly ash trim is the same material as the siding product up here. The trim up here is not the same.
It's the exterior composite.
No, the trim, the flat 1x4 trim is actually the hardy that everyone has concerns with.
Correct.
As far as how it paints.
Correct.
The horizontal top and bottom of the window that projects out towards you, that's the exterior.
Okay. But the flat true exterior
That's the fly ash. That's the same thing as the siding.
is the siding. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I get it. All right. And we're going to go ahead and reclose. All right. So how do you guys feel about the true exterior in general for trim material? I think Commissioner Taylor, you mentioned for any flat stock pieces, that would be okay. Any molded stuff we are not approving for, correct?
I think so. I mean, the flat stock paints up well. It looks like wood.
Mm-hmm.
Hardy does not. I'm not familiar with, whether it's bed mold or crown or what they have in that material. I'm just not familiar with it. If they do in fact have that, then they may. And if they do, I would assume, which could be a bad idea, that it paints up. You buy one, you buy it all, and it all kind of cuts and paints and works the same. But I don't know that for, Hardy's kind of that. Well, Hardy siding is different than Hardy trim, so I don't know. The artisan siding's a lot different than a Hardy. Well, we see the Hardy 5/4 board, what it paints up like.
So the true exterior is the siding material. We don't have that in a trim form on this sample today. That's the exterior and the hardy, correct? So we see it in the siding, but we don't see it in a trim application.
So the Xterra, just, the horizontal trim up there is the Xterra,
Mm-hmm.
which is fly ash.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if it's fly ash, I'm good with it. Because it paints up well. It's extremely difficult to tell the difference.
So you're saying that there's the fly ash, not just siding up there, but there's some of the.
Yeah, just the horizontal pieces that stick out, the sill and the head trim.
That's the way
I just tell you that they didn't look any better to me than the hardy, so I looked at all of those parts. I would only be willing to approve the siding, but none of the flat stock that I saw. Didn't look right. You'd be able to you'd walk by it and be able to tell just like that.
Not the sample is painted, right? The trim that we're talking about.
Right, right. Siding, I think, looks good.
And I think the difference there is you don't see what would be an end grain.
I don't think, it wasn't necessarily the end grain that was my concern, but that compounds it, I believe.
Okay. Well, we have a split vote there as far as the trim pieces. How about everything up on the rooftop with the railings and the pickets and everything? You know, speaking of, if I'm going to channel Commissioner Parati because she's not here, Brett Strum, that's out of the way. Nobody's really going to see it or touch it. We have seen that product in this room. Do we feel comfortable about those elements on the upper deck?
That's what they showed us last time. Yeah, I was fine with that.
That's fine.
Okay, so that's a viable alternative. Okay, for the garage door, more of this fly ash composite. Again, that's not sort of in a trim application, that's more of a field application of it, much like the siding. How do we feel about that?
Under flat. Well, the siding.
That's what I'm thinking.
Sorry, it falls under like a flat item, like the siding.
It's more of a siding application. I mean, they're like plank garage doors. Commissioner Whitlock, are you more comfortable with it there versus the trim application?
Yeah, can we pull up the garage door elevation? I can't seem to find it. I just want to see what that. Okay, here it is. Yes. Yeah, I think it would be okay with that, especially given the location.
And
What page are you
Yeah.
referencing? What page are you referencing?
43.
Speak up loudly and clearly. I know.
43.
Hearing some calls, I know the court reporter and that's
Thank you for the reminder.
What was it?
43.
43.
43, yeah. It's behind a fence. It's a garage door. It has kind of a similar application to the siding. I mean, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, me too.
Cool. Okay. All right. Now we get into more of the trim items. And I think this speaks to, I think we're divided on that. Commissioner Taylor was okay with it in the flat stock application. Commissioner Whitlock, not so much. For trim, I believe that aligns with our standards. Usually we can approve like a hardy or cementitious or alternative material for the siding, whereas we typically ask for wood on trim and other details. I'm trying to find it. Wood is I'm looking at 6.18 number 2. 1 is the most appropriate material for new houses. Non-grain cementitious siding may be permitted for new construction. Smooth, that goes into the siding. Wood is number 4, while wood is the first choice for elements such as trim, porch elements, and other decorative features, substitute materials may be considered for trim details on new construction. So it sounds like it can be considered on a case-by-case basis, but we have a split group here. So how about we just go for a vote? Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Bell. Any trim pieces out of this true exterior composite material? What say you? Question mark. All right. Commissioner Lineberger.
I tend to agree with Commissioner Whitlock.
Okay. Commissioner Sullivan.
I'll disagree. I'm not in favor of the material for the trim.
You're not in favor of the composite material?
Composite material.
Okay. And Commissioner Whitlock, I imagine you follows the same.
I agree with
Krista. Okay. So at this point, it sounds like any trim pieces, we are going to say we're sticking with wood at this point in time.
And again, just to clarify, for the trim details, there is what's already been approved, which is wood. The applicant is offering an option number 1 and an option number 2. Was the polling of the board at this point for both options or for one over the other?
Option 2 even seeing this in person, I don't think any of us are in favor of the James Hardy for a trim application. And it sounds like we can't get behind the true exterior for similar reasons.
The only thing I would ask the board is as you craft your motions, potentially motions, that where there are various options, that your motion clearly states whether one is being approved or the other, or whether none are being approved, so that both staff and the applicant know what the board clearly approves, continues, or denies.
Okay.
And if there's any location differences, please state those as well.
Honestly, I think it's a sweeping, for trim on this thing. Correct. Commissioner Whitlock, Commissioner Sullivan, Lineberger, Bell, Taylor's on the other side of this. All right. Sorry, Commissioner Taylor. All right. So that we got us through the spreadsheet. Can we feel good about a motion? We got I think we covered everything. Ridge vent, alternate materials, window suggestion, the pavers around the foundation, the porch material going to brick, the new entrance detail with the corbel and the roof modification there. I think we were good with everybody. Do we feel like we have a good assessment?
Hand raised.
Garage door, solar panels.
Yep. Commissioner Barth, the applicant has their hand up.
Okay, we'll open for a question from the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Last thing real quick, if I understood a lot of the conversation, it sounded to me like at least some of the commissioners need to see the exterior in kind of the curved and routed and rounded applications, and then the window. And along with that, I would ask, since this mock-up is actually the James Hardy and not the true exterior, if that could be continued with the window, we could bring that with the next mock-up and you could see that one as it actually is before you decide.
Okay. We might consider that. Thank you for offering that to us.
Commissioner Barth, did you also discuss the stone water feature? I wasn't sure if I heard.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
I think we're all good with that. So that being said, to summarize, I think we know what we're good with and what we aren't. Are you guys all good with continuing the trim for them to come back in and show us more details for the exterior? Could we not get behind the true exterior and the exterior?
If they're gonna be coming back for the tracks and some other things,
I don't think
shouldn't they just do it all at the same time?
I don't think they are. I mean, I think we're good for everything except for the trim.
Okay.
Right, and the window, correct. Thank you.
So are we going to split this up into more than one motion?
Would that be, yeah, okay.
Yeah, you have the option to do that.
So what I would suggest, because I cannot make a motion unfortunately, is whoever does, let's go list by list. This is the spreadsheet that they provided here is perfect for each item. And let's split it up into two motions, one for what we're approving and another one for what we're continuing. Who wants to take this one across
Right,
the
I'll
finish
do
line?
this so we can move this along. All right, so I make a motion to approve the roof ridge changes, the solar panels in the less visible area, the stormwater feature, the minor water feature, the landscape plan updates, the paving to the foundation as long as there are trench drains and
Gravel and impervious.
gravel impervious pavers. We said we would do the composite for the garage door, right? I was asking, we said we were okay with the
Yes.
garage door. Okay.
Yes.
The
Upper deck
exterior.
railings.
The exterior composite for the garage door, the upper deck railings, top rail, the upper deck railings, spindle,
Mhm. Front step, inset, and
the
bracket.
front step, inset, and bracket change. That's it. What?
Siding, but it's not.
Yeah. And I guess we're approving the siding as well, the exterior.
Oh.
No, the true exterior
Exterior.
siding, correct?
And approving the flat true exterior cementous made to stand proud siding. But
I think it's just the siding. Yeah, just the siding material. Okay. Do we want to reference some standards?
gosh,
I think I got 8.2, number 8 for the paved to foundation. Materials. I'm just going to reference all of 6.18. 6.17. Sorry, I'm jumping all around. 6.16, 6.15 for doors and windows, cornices and trims, 6.14, all of that. And
8.4 for landscaping and lawns.
8.4 landscaping and lawns, thank you.
Oh, and I would say that we're approving the pave to the foundation because it's new construction, right?
Yes, thank you.
Are, just a clarity on that one, I think that, paving up to the foundation, there's kind of like 2 different or possibly 3 different options with the pavers or, just regular brick. So I think we need some clarity on,
I think what we discussed was we were good with them paving up to the foundation in addition to their water mitigation measures with permeable pavers, stone, and French drains to handle the additional water runoff. I can reference a slide. It's a site plan with the color coded.
is it this one, slide 14?
Yes, per slide 14 as an
Per slide,
amendment. I'll
yes.
say that's an amendment.
Okay, with permeable pavers in the orange area, the gravel in the yellow area, and then in the red area, I'm sorry, I
The
can't
trench.
see. I think that the red area is not permeable
Correct.
pavers. Okay,
Because of the trash cans. Yeah, they're
Okay,
concerned
so-
about that.
orange permeable, red not, and then yellow gravel.
Correct.
And then there was,
Strain.
there was another
That's
slide
great.
with blue for the trench drain. That
And then-
was,
How does the commission feel about the 7-foot trash screening for the fence-like screening structure, 7 feet tall?
that's kind of like an architectural element
Okay,
attached to the building. I don't know if it's necessarily a fence. I don't,
it's up to the commission. I mean, if it was
I'm-
staff, we would only do 6.
I mean, we don't have a design for that, do we? I think we make that in the second motion.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
And just to clarify, as another amendment, the French or trench drain, whichever it is, either one would be acceptable. Anyway, slide 11 is what we were referencing in to get us moving forward with the paving to the building foundation. Okay.
Yes.
Motion, we need to vote as a 2-part, correct? Motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Taylor. Any discussion on the motion? No, okay. Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth, yes. Motion passes 6-0. Okay, do we have the rest of this motion organized? Commissioner Bell, you're on a roll.
I think so. So I move to continue the window window ask the applicant to, if desired, to bring back, what is it, the E-Series? I mean, it's, this one's already approved, so they could do that one if they wanted to.
Yeah, I think we're continuing options 1 and 2, barring any new
Yes.
information that they can provide however they want to for those products.
What Commissioner Barr said. And then also continuing the trim details options 1 and 2. And the applicant can bring back additional samples if they desire. That was it, right?
And that is for under exterior materials, the row stated composite trim, as well as the entire section under trim details, as you
Correct.
mentioned.
Road standards,
Yes.
6.14 for cornices and trim. And 6.15, number 3 for the windows.
Okay. We feel good there. Motion made by Commissioner Bell. Any seconds?
Seconded.
Seconded by Commissioner Sullivan. And any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth. Motion to continue passes.
You didn't say it.
Yeah, did I not again?
You called your name, but you didn't vote.
Commissioner Barth, yes. I'm like in La La Land over here. All right, motion to continue passes 6-0.
Okay, before we move on, was the porch flooring and the bracket and awning approved?
I believe it was.
Okay,
Practice
just,
was. I don't remember saying the porch floor.
Under
Do we need to-
porch, you would need a motion to approve if that wasn't previously included. So under porch flooring, what was outstanding was option 2, all brick.
and then also the 2 inches on the awning and the bracket. If the bracket wasn't included.
Are you talking about the front step insert?
Yes,
We did that. That was in the
Okay.
first one.
so just the
Yeah, I
porch flooring. was-
cannot recall, to be honest. There's been so much in.
We didn't do the
Oh,
porch floor.
Did we not do the porch floor? Okay. How do we do that?
Just another motion.
Just a motion to approve.
So this would
if
be a
that-
third motion?
Yes.
Okay.
So make a motion to approve the all brick option 2, porch flooring.
Do we have a standard? I know we got one. I just saw it. Porches, where are you? 6.17 for porches. And we'll leave it at that. Motion made by Commissioner Bell yet again, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Lineberger. Great. Any discussion of the motion? Great. Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth, yes. Motion passes 6-0.
And once again, before we move on, was the trash screening 7-foot thing added to the continuance?
If not, just another motion.
Would you like to make another motion, Commissioner? We're going to continue that. We need more information.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so a motion to continue the trash screening, 7-foot trash screening for,
Candace, what would be the standard accompanying that?
It would be
fences.
fence. It would read as a fence, yes.
Point eight,
8.8,
point 8.6, sorry.
8.6.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by Commissioner Taylor. Any discussion? Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth, yes. Motion to continue the garbage screening fence passes, or excuse me, is continued, passes 6-0. Words. All right.
Thank you.
One second, change minutes.
Mhm. It is 6:30.
The court reporter needs a few minutes to change the batteries.
Oh.
As of right now, we're not on the record, so I would just wait.
One of my favorite movies.
We're good.
Okay.
All good? Great. Candace, we are at 6:30. I know we're going to lose quorum at 6:45 on the dot.
Okay.
We have 9, 10, 11, 12, and well, excuse me, 9, 11, 12, and 13.
Given that we only have 15 minutes and to allow applicants sufficient time to present, it might be best just to move those cases to the August agenda and end our meeting at this time.
How about 13, which is a simple demo? Can we get through it or worth it? Yeah, what did I say? 13. Yeah.
If the commission would like to hear case 13, we can certainly do that. The case 13 is, will not take as much time as the other cases before it. We just want all the applicants to have enough time to present their case. The demo case is very straightforward.
Is the demo case here? Do you guys think we could do this in 10 minutes? Or less?
5.
Eleven is also asking to be heard. They are also very quick, or should be.
Which one?
And are on the agenda before 13.
11. It's an after the fact. To be honest, I don't know that we could answer that one
Yeah.
that
Okay.
quickly.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so I think we need to make a determination here. Cases 9, 11, and 12 will be heard at the next meeting. We will hear case number 13 for 1433 The Plaza right now.
Okay, thank you. I believe the applicant is in the room. You should all have your demolition motion sheets in front of you.
Oh, thank you. Can make a motion anyway.
Okay, yep, come on up. Have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, this project is for 1314 The Plaza. It's for demolition. The applicant has provided the Zotwell survey, property survey, digital photos of all elevations, digital photos of significant architectural details, elevation drawings, and an engineering report. I believe there's a supplement of an engineering report also available.
Starts on page 17.
Yeah. So you have your overall sheet, architectural details on slides 7 and 8, also 9, again on 10, a site plan on 11, context on 12, your Zotwell survey on 13, 14, and elevation drawings on slide 15, 16, and then starts the engineering report. The applicant is also asking to waive the 365.
Okay.
If you'll turn it on, you can make a statement.
And we ask if you could please be brief. This is fairly straightforward, but please plead your case. Okay.
I will plead my case and I will be brief. That's why I was like, I need 5 minutes. Hopefully you guys will be in agreement. As my future neighbors are already, they have met me and are anxious for me to make this eyesore on this corner at the Plaza and School Road become something that they will enjoy looking at. So it is 1433 The Plaza. It is, the argument here is it was built in 1933, but other than the age, there's nothing architecturally significant that makes this a historic structure that would need to be salvaged. As you can see in the photos, it for the last, I think, 3+ decades has been used as a rental. It's been split into a duplex. There is a detached rear structure that is about the size of a garage, but was also used as a rental unit. Very dire condition. That's why I also had my structural engineer come out and write up a report. And then he has slides upon slides, I think 20+ slides of pictures, both inside and outside, just showing kind of the deterioration of the structure. It has not been maintained for many, many years. So the proposal certainly is that full demolition of the primary residence and the detached structure. There are 2 retaining walls on the property as well, one right behind the house and then on the side, School Road facing. Those also part of the demolition. And so that when we build new, we can help grade that a little bit better. There will still need to be retaining walls in kind of our future proposal, but certainly ones that are actually working appropriately. So let's see. Really, the structure that's there now, it's just a 1-story. My architect kind of labeled it as an American small house. Like I said, just kind of nothing architecturally significant if you look at the pictures. The siding is coming apart. This was when the pictures were done when I was under contract, and all of that personal property has been cleared out now, but so it looks marginally better on the corner there. But you can just see as you scroll through the pictures. And then certainly the ones from the structural engineer's report, where he gets a little bit closer to the details of the siding. It's just peeling back, literally like kind of the insides of the house are pulling out. The structural report also mentions too that everything is failing. So specifically, go to that page and reference. So siding's missing or damaged, then there's water damage because of all the missing siding that, you know, without really digging in and pulling things back, making the assumption that there's going to be water damage and significant structural damage to the house and to the walls. It's built on a slab. There's no central HVAC in this home either. So anything that we would be moving around plumbing wise, and especially since this was split into a duplex, there's multiple kind of random bathrooms throughout the structure, random kitchens, front and back, very small. Anything that we would be doing, we would have to be drilling into the foundation as well. So it's really just kind of a massive undertaking to sort of salvage what's existing there. Another big important piece too is because this was built in 33 before present day setbacks. The house is a pie shape and it kind of does a stair step. If you look at the survey, it is crossing the setbacks on the sides, and then the detached structure is actually 2 feet over the property line on the neighbor. So by eliminating, you know, demoing those and then building new, we'll stay within the present day setbacks and property lines as well. Let me know if I'm going to, sorry, thanks for keeping up.
Okay. Anyone to speak for or against this project? Candace?
We have one caller, Brian, online. Might be the architect.
Yeah, he's my architect. So he's just chiming in if you guys have any questions specific to the property or to the proposal.
And then it looks like we have 2 unknown callers. Unknown callers, if you're calling about 1433 The Plaza, can you please state your name, address, and your comments?
Take that as a no. Okay. I think, I don't know if there are any questions for this applicant. It's pretty straightforward. Correct? Okay. Are you good? Do you have any questions?
No, I wanted to be quick, but I just, you know, it is what it is. I think the project kind of speaks for itself. The pictures speak for themselves. And just based on the fact that it is, you know, on a slab with kind of failing both exterior and interior and structural, and I know you guys aren't necessarily concerned about the cost of things, but it's just cost advantageous actually to demo the thing versus trying to salvage what's kind of existing there. I think the tricky part, and as I hope to present plans for you guys at the next meeting for the new build, we have challenges with this lot because it does go pie shape because we're on a corner, and then we have the 10-foot setbacks being on the school road side. And then the fact that it does do this pie shape. So trying to kind of mirror that. And there's been additions to the house. So here, sorry, stepping away from my microphone. There's definitely been additions, you know, from the original structure as it continued to kind of go back and expand itself. So it's just kind of a challenging footprint to begin with, to kind of work within that existing, which I know is the idea for the historic district, is to maintain that these old structures and within these districts, especially along the plaza. You know, this is the heart and soul of that main, you know, Plaza Midwood Historic District. But I promise what I would build will be much appreciated and very much in line with historic.
Okay. Well, we'll look forward to seeing that when the
Yes.
time comes. Commissioners, any questions? Good. Okay, we will go ahead and close. Guys, obviously it's straightforward. We have our worksheet. Who would like to begin? All right, Commissioner Lineberger.
Okay, I move to determine this application is complete with all required documentation provided by the applicant.
All right, motion
Yeah.
made. Second?
Yes.
By Commissioner Bell. Any discussion of the motion? No. Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth? Yes. Motion passes 6-0. On step 2.
Okay. I move to determine that the building does not have special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the Plaza Midwood Local Historic District because it does not meet any of the HDC's criteria for special significance.
I disagree.
I disagree.
Okay. So I go to the A. I move to determine that the building has special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the Plaza Midwood Local Historic District because
Year of
Year of
construction.
construction.
year of construction.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Lamberger, second by Commissioner Bell. Any discussion of the motion? No. Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Bartz, motion 6-0.
Okay. Step 3, I move to approve the project with 365-day stay of demolition on the building due to its special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the district. Receipt of accurate measured drawings of the building to be demolished are required for HDC records before plans for new construction will be considered by this commission.
Motion made by Commissioner Lamberger. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Bell, any discussion of the motion? No. Okay. Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth, yes, motion passes 6-0. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand all of that. So you denied it? Is that what I'm hearing?
I've stay.
Right.
Right.
So the waive was denied, which is what okay, yes.
It's okay. It'll work out with your timeline of getting new construction approved and then your timeline of getting the new construction permitted and engineered. You'll be right at that timeline to pull all the permits.
But I'm waiting a year until I demo.
You're going to have to anyway, because you have to go through new construction and then your permits have to be, or your project has to be engineered. And by the time you get approved, like however long it takes to get approved, and then your time to get engineered, and then your time to pull permits, it'll be about a year.
Okay, but I have plans already to present these, is what I'm saying.
Fuck.
We can continue this conversation at the staff level. Commissioner Barth, whenever you're ready, you can close the meeting.
And we already approved minutes, correct? So we're good.
Yes.
So the time is, if there's no other items to discuss, the time is 6:47, and that concludes our meeting.
Yes. Thank you.
Good to go. Thank you.